Good morning. How's it going? Hello. How are you? We're in a match. Alright. Boop, 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 boop. Need to see if I can... Let me see if I can level up some other stat. Gosh. Oh yeah, he's back up.
Oh, eager for more.
Get him. You crossed the 500k channel point mark yesterday. You're going to use them when the time is right. I'm a little bit scared about what the time is right means.
Couldn't keep up, huh?
So that gave 25 there. So 5 on everything. That gave 25
Here we go.
stamina, I think. Oh, yes. This man's got a combo and everything. See, that's the time when I wish I had like a heavy punch. There we go. Yes. He's getting back up, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, eager for more.
Come on. Oh yeah, I was looking through some of those sales yesterday. Although the Spike Chunsoft one just kept bringing up Fire Pro Wrestling anytime I tried to click on it. I don't know why. There we go. Let's have a look. There's a few games that are actually on my wish list that are on sale right now. Senran Kagura Peach Ball.
Like that?
I put the No More Heroes games on there as well. And the Gawa Jet Girls, obviously. Okay, there's the level up for the guts that I wanted. I already own the Corpse Party games. Thinking about checking out those Fate Extella games, but I don't know. There we go. What else is there? Oh, Daemon X Machina. That's the thing. That's on my wish list.
Eager for more.
These guys have got such good defense. Alright, what about the Spike Chunsoft? Wait, there are 3 Steins Gate games? Oh, there's one. Crystar. I've been meaning to pick that up. Oh, Way of the Samurai. Hell yeah. Way of the Samurai is a crazy game. What? That must be like 1 XP away. I'm just gonna fight this guy. Kick his ass.
Here we go.
He's not getting up from that. Oh my god, he did. Game X Maxima has multiplayer, but you can't do multiplayer for the story missions, just the special multiplayer only missions, which broadly come down to fight a giant monster, fight a bunch of enemy pilots, or do slightly randomized dungeons.
Eager for more.
I see. Actual KO.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm looking at this 428 Scramble game. Why does that game look so familiar? Is that one of those games? That like somebody told me about while I was playing like Danganronpa or something. Okay, those are leveled up. We're all level 5 now. So does the does that Daemon X Machina game on Steam not have De Novo or whatever it's called? Or does it have crossplay? Clean as far as you can tell. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's $24.99 still, like still seems a bit pricey for a game I might play. Man, he does not mess about. He is super aggressive. Aha! I got him.
Yes. Oh, it's not over yet. Still got some fight in you? Keep it up! Get him! Get him! Keep it up! Shovel that!
Yeah, there's no way I'm using that in this round. Maybe I should have actually. He's so aggressive that I probably could have downed him. Got him. Just get your frame of mind right. I mean, that's easy enough to do. My frame of mind is just run in, beat him down. Come on. But now's the round when he has good defense. There we go.
Yes. One, two, three, four, five.
And down he goes.
Like that?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Sakuma.
There's also an Exceed and a Sega sale. Oh, there's a Sega sale going on.
Make you go soft?
Ah.
And ranked in the OPBF. What a joke! You're just a glorified nobody.
There you go again, frothing at the mouth like always. But hey, if you're chewing me out like old times, does that mean you still want to see me do good?
Only thing you do good is piss me off.
Jeez, what a stubborn old goat.
Oh no, I gotta speak to him about it as well.
Yagami-san!
Yeah.
Right.
Hey.
Yes.
Sorry, I had to finish breakfast. That's why I haven't been saying very much.
Huh?
Hey!
What?
Yeah.
Are we gonna go for drinks? Rodriguez. I need the game to make it night so I can see what this motorcycle racing stuff is all about. HSP do I have? 27. Yeah, I didn't realize there was a Sega sale going on at the moment. I know there's a bit of a Nintendo sale happening. That's a drone racing thing. Gonna sell some stuff. Make sure I don't sell my play passes. That's all food. I mean, I guess I could sell these things. Like I particularly need them. All this stuff is usable as materials, I guess. Prize medal? Okay, I guess Alright, I need to find a quick money-making scheme.
I wish you had it. What a waste.
Okay. So Rodriguez is all the way over there. I kinda want to do more skateboarding stuff though. The thing is, it says that there's another case here, but I don't know what it is they want from me.
Chiyoda.
Ah, here we go. What have Shikishima and his group been up to? They seem to just be going around drawing over our stuff as usual. Let's see, that bastard Shikishima, I wonder if he's paying that professor dude. Why else would those thugs work as Shikishima's enforcers? Yeah, I was wondering about that too. I had to ask Shikishima about it directly, but I guess we can if we go to the... Oh, there he is.
You piece of shit!
What a prime example of the guilty acting too bold. How dare you show off here?
Let's do this.
How about another skateboarding contest, Yagami-san? I'll take you on. We need revenge after all. Okay, what are our terms this time? If you win, I'll answer one question, whatever you ask. Even about the professor?
You got it.
Of course, but if we win, we're taking a month's worth of Chiyoda's reservations. Oh, whoa, those are some pretty high stakes, man. Hey, it's fine if you don't want to, just forget the whole deal. Do you mind letting me handle this? Sure you can win? Yeah, I got this. Cool, then it's on. Let's put it all on the table. Score of 3,000. I'm sure I could manage to beat 3,000.
Check it out.
Aquila, hello. How you doing? Were you one of the people that played Minecraft Dungeons with us? I can't remember. You were. Okay. Yeah, I think we only played like 4 or 5 missions or something, right? I kind of liked it though. I lost for
Shikishima.
real. Promised I need you to answer my question,
You got it.
Shikishima. Square, what's the professor's objective? What does he gain from making the Neo-Keian gang work as your enforcers? From what I understand, it's some kind of promotional activity for him. Promotional activity? What do you mean? Sorry, that's 2 questions. We're out of here. Wow, what a bastard. Not sure I'm any closer to figuring out what's going on with that kid. Could this just be his way of getting revenge? Huh? Revenge for what? I've always thought that maybe I was the reason he quit art back in middle school. Like maybe that's why he shows off, drawing over our work the way he does. Mind elaborating on that? Nah, maybe I'm overthinking this. Ooh, that's quite a lot of appeal right there. I guess I can't do the next part of this. I need to go back to the esports club at some point. I need to get more wins. Where's the skaters? There's the skaters. Okay, so apparently I'm not locked behind anything. Man, the boxing gym is going to take the longest, I think.
Let's tear it up.
Excellent. Ah, damn it. Oh, I jumped over it. Do I know anything about Steins Gate? I know it's an anime about time travel or something. I've never actually seen it. I've heard good things about it though. And I know that all of the games are like visual novel stuff. $8,000 and $10,000. Yeah, I think I remember that as well.
Check it out.
Ah, shit. Oh, just managed to do it. But yeah, other than that, I don't really know too much about Steins Gate. It wasn't one of those that I ever got around to checking out back when I was still watching anime.
Let's tear it up.
Warfare. Ah, that'll do.
Top of the world.
You need to watch Steins Gate, Death Note, Evangelion, and finish Attack on Titan. Evangelion's one that I've always wanted to watch, but again, was one of those ones that just kind of passed me by. I never ended up watching it. Wait, is it 50? I thought it was wasn't it 150? Get a first round KO on Jiro Koda. Get a first round KO on Shizuru the Lancer. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen until I super level up. You're like, man, you worked later today. Oh, you work later today and it's been a cold and rainy day. Uh-oh. That's not good.
What a waste.
Oh, actually, I can go to the school cafeteria. And eat some food. And get some food. Oh no, that's the shop. This is the food side. Hello. There we go, we can order all of that.
Starving.
Curry and rice looks pretty nice. The katsudon looks pretty nice. The ramen looks pretty nice. The kitsune udon looks pretty nice. The karagi set. Is that just sticky rice and chicken? Tofu and a soup.
Now we're talking. Pretty tasty, thanks.
ありがとうございます。
Does that even count? Yeah, school cafeteria. Okay, we're done at the school cafeteria. I'm definitely ahead of the other guy's playthrough. Well, maybe not so much in main story, because I have done just barely anything of the main story. Literally the past 2 days have just been doing these like school events, like this school side stuff. I need to do a couple more
Round one. Ready, go!
Damn it. I need to get no damage wins.
Better luck next.
My focus is already at max. It's because there's a lot of side stuff, not just school. That makes sense. Oh, they actually change characters. Interesting.
Round one. Ready, go!
Well, that's not a no damage.
Knockout. Round two. Ready, go! Knockout.
Damn it. Really needed that to be a no damage. We'll just try this guy again. You had a power outage yesterday. Every time we have a power outage, everything like reset.
Round one. Ready, go! Excellent.
Like
Round two. Ready, go!
things that like electrical stuff.
Excellent.
Better luck.
Will just completely reset and go back to like default settings and stuff. Actually pretty annoying sometimes. Okay, maybe this is actually easier with the sumo wrestler guy. Nessa Lewis.
Round one. Ready, go!
Oh my god, she counted immediately. And again. And again? What the fuck? Oh my god, she literally counters every punch.
Round two. Ready, go! Excellent.
Just do it like that instead, I guess. I wonder if I got the no damage win from that. I got... Okay, I've got at least one no damage win. I need to play 7 more, and 3 of them need to be no damage. Actually, I have no idea what her alternate outfit is.
Round one. Ready, go! Excellent. Round two. Ready, go! Excellent.
There we go. Okay, so 6 more with 2 no damage wins. Still need to do some of the arcade stuff. Akira Yuki.
Round 1. Ready, go! Excellent! Round 2. Ready, go! Excellent!
Okay. I mean, this is fine. While I'm here as well, I might as well try and do the robotics club thing. Despite how difficult it is. Oh, he's using Eileen now.
Round 1.
Trying to counterpick me with Eileen, I see. God damn it.
Knockout! Round 2.
There you got me. What a bastard.
Go! Excellent!
It was that backdash in the first round. That backdash really screwed me over. Well, as long as he doesn't play Eileen again, I guess I'll be fine. Interesting.
Round 1. Ready, go!
No, this is not a strategy that's gonna... Not a strategy that's gonna work.
Ready, go!
Welcome back.
Knockout!
Luck!
Better luck next.
Hello. Thank you for the 7-month resub. How you doing? Currently on a 6-month streak. Oh no, not Eileen. Why would you pick Eileen?
Round 1. Ready, go! Excellent! Round 2. Ready, go! Excellent!
Now, that would be a good joke if it hadn't already been made by Nem on, like, day 1. The first time you've seen Eileen? Alright, well. In that case, I'll allow it.
Ready, go! Excellent! Round 2. Ready, go! Excellent!
Excellent. Okay, I think I need one more win. Just double check. Yep, one more win. Let's put Uazumi in his place. We'll do it with the main man, Brad.
Round one. Ready, go! Excellent.
Excellent.
Round two. Ready, go! Knockout.
All right. The esports club is dead to me. I no longer need to go to the esports club. So while I'm here, fighting robot.
Yeah.
Okay. Still can't do that. Haven't bought any of those. Still need to have a practice match against these guys. I cannot seem to beat these guys in a practice match. It's so annoying. Yep, they're going to get the first part as well. And probably the second part. Yep, there it is.
Son of a... No way.
Yes. Go.
Oh my god, can you guys stop fighting and just get me some parts? No, get me a part. Get me a part. Oh, you...
Yes. Nice.
Oh! Okay, we got him. God, that was awful. You think Nem did something like this? What,
Yeah.
this, like, robot fighting thing? AI Chaser. So I need dull. Aluminium. Gonna upgrade some batteries for this scrimmage. Yeah, I don't know why you would think that.
Yes. Nice. Nice.
I'll put that back as square 2.
Yes. Nice. Yes.
Alright, never mind.
Yes. Go. Nice.
Oh my god, the speed boost.
No way.
I need to get a speed boost. Can you get off me? Holy shit.
Nice. Yes.
There we go.
Feeling good.
You could have taken the robotics module, but you took multi-agent systems instead, like a bell end. Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't want to do the robotics module?
Yeah.
So I'm currently 21.5 hours into this game. And I feel like I haven't even scratched the surface. It's one of those. One of those games.
Go. Nice. Nice.
One of these have a gun. Yeah, this guy has a gun.
Yes. Yes.
Good.
Nice. Go. Nice. Yes. Go. Nice. Yes.
No way.
Go. Yes.
Are we gonna get that? Are they gonna get that? We're gonna get that. Okay. Oh my god, get off me.
Yes.
Not looking good.
Nice.
No way.
Nice. Yes.
Because I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to take this area now.
やられてたまるか。ナイス。これ。
Like, I'm not entirely sure where I can and can't place tiles, you know? No! Get the fuck off me!
まだいけるぞ。 Nice.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I can and can't place tiles. It looks like I can only place tiles on untaken squares. But, like, sometimes I can place tiles. I think we've gathered sufficient data. How's it going, Sakura? Are you able to follow along with Itakura-sensei?
Yes.
Yes, Itakura-senpai makes it very easy to understand, and she's so nice, too. Nice.
That's right.
Very. I have a hard time committing things to memory, but she'll repeat herself over and over without ever getting angry. Wow, that's really something, Itakura.
Sakura!
Sakura, I brought that reference book you mentioned last time. Huh?
Itakura.
Careful, Itakura. I think your heart may be showing. What? Sakura-kun is really opening up too. I should be able to learn more about the robotics club. Sakura, want to grab tea with Itakura and me? You know, a team bonding thing or something.
Huh?
What? That sounds wonderful. Let's go, Itakura-senpai.
You.
Hey, is this your play to get him to spill about the professor? You're not just going to spring that on him, are you? No, not at all. That might put him on high alert. Just collecting a little bit of intel. That should be fine then. Great, then let's meet up at the cafeteria. Whoa, look at that teamwork upgrade. Alright, cafeteria. Do 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 do. There they are. Alright. Let's find out about the professor. Where's the tea? Seria Cafeteria has pretty good karage combo. But we're just having snacks, right?
Itakura-senpai.
What are your favorite snacks, Itakura-senpai? Potato chips. I love chips. I'm a big fan of seaweed and salt. I'm partial to the consomme flavor.
Yes.
Oh yeah, those are great too. Sakura seems to be enjoying himself. He always seems so tense in the robotics club room.
Hey.
Go on, bring it up already. Oh, right.
Either way,
There's a lot we still don't know about the robotics club. Probably because we just joined. Would you mind sharing what you know?
Yes.
Of course. About
Hey.
Akitagawa. What kind of guy is Akitagawa? He comes off as a real go-getter. That's because he is. He's an amazing person. At least in my book. The robotics club completely changed after he joined. Before that, we never had any goals or deadlines. We'd mainly just sit around talking and getting excited about some cool ideas we'd have. But we'd end up doing nothing and losing in the preliminaries because we were never ready. But we were fine as long as we had fun. It was all very relaxed.
nah.
Sounds like the dream. Well, when the club's so easygoing, it could put you to sleep. I'm sure it was very rewarding for a guy like Akitagawa to step into it, especially having just transferred. He just gives off that micromanager vibe. What with all the reporting and milestones and the ABC talk. Yeah, I didn't even know what that was at first. I was all, ABC? Should we do the rest of the alphabet? Oh my god.
Look here.
And I don't agree with how Kitagawa does things. Don't we have a motto for robot contests? If I'm not mistaken, it was, we think together, we build together. This is the exact opposite of that.
I see.
I get how that doesn't exactly line up with Kitagawa's top-down approach.
Hey,
What kind of guy is Takamori, the one in charge of construction? He seems to butt heads with Kitagawa every so often. Yeah, those two don't get along so well. Takamori-senpai was supposed to become president before Kitagawa came along. But when the previous president retired, he named the newly transferred Kitagawa-senpai as his successor. It happened right after he transferred, so everyone was shocked, especially Takamori.
oh,
Heck of a promotion for a new guy, huh? Takamori's definitely holding a grudge over it. He loves complaining when Kitagawa isn't around. Not like anyone's lining up to listen to him, though. I mean, he'd go on forever if we did. Takamori's unhappy, which also sounds like a consequence of Kitagawa's regime.
either way.
Kuramazaki, the designer, Kitagawa seems to hold him in high regards.
That's
Yeah, that's right. Kuramazaki is quite talented, always finishing his designs without much fanfare. He never misses deadlines, and he's meticulous. That's why the president likes him so much. Yeah, overbearing bosses always prefer a good lapdog. While Kuramazaki's very kind, he always worries about me whenever the president chews me out. Sure, but it's guys like him who let people around him tell him how to walk and talk. That's not true at all. It reminds me, Itakura seems to have beef with Kuramazaki. Maybe it's better if I don't bring it up. That's everything I wanted. I think I understand the robotics club a lot better than before. Thanks for your help. We should do this again soon.
Hey,
So, Itakura, will you help me investigate the professor?
I refuse.
Nope. Hard pass. Still won't give me the
Either
time
way.
of day. Okay, well, how's school going then? It's not so bad, right? Who's to say? Not me, that's for sure. Some idiots might still want to jump me like Amasawa's brother. I don't know about that. I should really do a better job of keeping tabs on Itakura. Alright. So we can go. I've only done 12% of the robotics club. There's so much to do in the robotics club. Our opponent for the preliminaries has been decided. What? Who is it? Jonan Technical School. Whoa. They're one of the teams that made it through the preliminaries in last year's Robo Rally. We can't underestimate them. Okay, so the preliminaries are finally here,
That's
huh?
right.
Indeed, if we win, we'll be in the main tournament. Kitagawa, who's going to be in charge for the preliminaries? We can't show it without a leader, right?
Please, thank you.
Anyway-san, can we count on
Yeah.
you? Yeah, of course. That was my plan anyway. I'm the operator, and whatever happens, I'll be at the preliminaries. Thank you. Akuta-sensei probably wouldn't have made it to the tournament. Yeah, she has no motivation
Indeed.
to. You're right, she's never had any interest in robots in the first place. Just the opposite, she makes fun of it every chance she gets. The other day, she just looked at the robots and said, when you graduate high school, hopefully you'll graduate from playing with those toys too. These aren't toys. It's like she has no clue how much the world relies on robots these days. Doesn't understand anything outside her own little world. Don't pay her any mind. Oh, you got that right. Well, at least talking crap on the advisor helps them bond.
Yagami-san!
Please let me know when you're ready. Alright. It's clearly the dev's favorite. Clearly. Miyashita Robots Club was over 60% animal occupancy. So I have to beat them in the normal game, and then I have to try and beat them in the practice game as well, with 60%.
Yes. Go. まだいけるぞ。
Not looking good.
Yes. Nice. Yes.
Oh, way.
Nice. 悪くないぞ。やられてたまるか。
There we go. Easy.
Feeling good.
Alright. Jonan. Oh wow, there's like a proper stadium and everything. At last, the time has come for the 4th Robo Rally preliminaries. This is where it all goes down. What? They've actually... What? Actually a robot.
Hey.
Our opponent in the preliminaries is Jonan Technical School. They're supposed to be pretty tough,
I
right?
have to guess.
Right, however, according to my estimates, they're not an opponent we can't beat, which is exactly why we've needed our preparations to be flawless. Sounds like you're pretty confident. Of course, but from here on out, Yagami-san, this all comes down to your skills as an operator.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll win. Not like we have any other option, right?
Please. Thank you.
Right, I'm counting on you. If we win this, I bet more members will start to trust me. Let's do this. Oh, the music's different as well.
Go. Nice. Nice. Yes. Nice. Yes. No baka. Yes. Go.
Oh, mine's a straight line piece.
Nice.
Do you mind? Do you mind, Saturday?
Go. Yes. Ouch. Nice. Go. No baka. Yes.
Holy shit, my own thing is getting in the way. Like, why can't I put a piece here? Like, what?
Nice. Ouch. Yes. Yes.
Okay, I should be able to put this piece here.
Nice. Feeling good.
Unbelievable! The Serio Robotics Club has toppled the mighty Jonan Technical School. Who could have ever predicted such an incredible outcome? Serio High Robotics Club has now clinched their spot in the main tournament. Excellent.
Yay!
Amazing! I never imagined we'd make it past the preliminaries. This is the Seiryu Robotics Club first real achievement. Yeah, can't believe we beat those guys from the technical school. Every one of us had a hand in this victory.
No.
Let's not lower our guard just yet. We barely made it to the starting line. Come on, don't be such a buzzkill.
Takamori.
Mori, don't let this victory get to your head. Our objective is far beyond this. Objective?
Right.
That's right, our objective is to win the Robo Rally.
Huh?
Win? Us? I plan to tell you all after we made it through the preliminaries. This is the Seiryu Robotics Club's ultimate goal. Dumpy little robotics club actually winning?
Come on.
No matter how you cut it, that's some wishful thinking. It isn't wishful thinking, nor is it reckless. Our milestones are perfectly aligned with the path to victory. As long as we meet each milestone one at a time, we'll get there. We'll reach our goal.
Are you stupid?
That's some serious confidence. He's actually trying to win the thing? That's one hell of a challenge, to say the least. Well, whatever. I was bored anyway. Might as well stick around to see that.
I'll give it a shot.
Itakura-senpai's worth the manpower of at least 100 members. And we have Yagami-san too. Of course, I'll do whatever I can to help. Let's go, Kuramazaki. Oh, okay.
Nah.
Why are they so against winning? This club just doesn't seem like it's on the right track at all. We need to get rid of that Takamori guy immediately. He's really bringing down the morale. Yeah, get Takayaki out of it, that's right. Alright, today's topic concerns our development direction for the first round of the tournament. We know who we're up against first? The favorite. Here's the tournament bracket. Our opponent in the first round is Mega College Robotics Club. For today, I'd like us to have a discussion about our countermeasures against Mega College. Strategy meeting.
Let's do this.
Fine, guess I'm using my whole brain for this. Now,
If I have to guess.
they seem to thrive in close quarters tactical formations. If that's the case, we must prioritize offensive weaponry and formation breaking tactics. Therefore, I'd like us to focus on weapons development. Okay. To get us started, I've prepared a parts lineup that I'd like to serve as the foundation of development. I've also prepared the schedule and milestones as well. Be sure to check when you need to deliver your work. Didn't even get a chance to speak.
Okitagawa.
Hey, Okitagawa.
What?
What is it? Didn't you say you wanted to have a discussion, you know, with everyone?
Indeed.
Correct.
What?
That you had everything all decided already. What even was there to discuss? I apologize that you misunderstood my words. So the whole point of this is just you telling us what to do?
That's the most optimal solution.
Think you're all that?
And I'm getting really goddamn tired of this. If you'd like to voice your opinion, I'm listening.
What?
Why are you patronizing me? That's not my... that wasn't my intent. The Akitagawa guy's got to go as well. So this is Akitagawa's infamous top-down approach, huh? Maybe I should try to ease up the tension. I mean, the only way to ease the tension is to not side with either of them.
Okitagawa.
How about we have an idea meeting with everyone to go over the weapon development lineup? An idea meeting? Yeah, by hearing all sorts of opinions and points of view, it might spark an idea you never would have thought of by yourself. It's what they call a brainstorming session.
That being said,
I fear that may become more of a brain-scattered session. Besides, I reviewed the lineup countless times. You never know till you try it. Why not give it a shot?
yes.
Very well, if you insist, Yagami-san. Great. Listen, there are all kinds of rules to brainstorming, but the most important one is never deny another's opinions. Instead, dive in and try to expand on them. Got that? Denying bad. Yes, I understand. Hey, anyone want to share a thought?
Excuse me.
Oh yeah, actually, I was just thinking, wouldn't projectiles be badass? That way we can wreck the enemy from a distance while lining up for a block, right?
No.
Rejected. Just immediately. With the radio controls as they are, achieving delicate handling will be difficult. Even if you aimed, the line of sight would shift and the bullet would miss its target. Actually, we had Mizuzaki, the previous operator, try ranged weapons, but it was highly impractical. Damn it. Hey now, Akitagawa. Shooting down someone's opinion during a brainstorming session is against the rules. Right. This is quite hard. And what should we do? This is their counselor. I should try to steer this meeting and get them inspired. I'm going to expand on Takamori's ranged weapon idea. I'll ask the ones who haven't said anything yet. I feel like Kuramazaki's got something to say. Since I said a thing ever since the meeting started, I'd like to hear his thoughts too. Kuromazaki, what's your opinion on the weapons lineup?
Huh?
Oh, you want my opinion?
Well,
I really want us to have cool weapons. What do you mean by cool weapons? I'm thinking if we attached some blue lights and made it transform while it lit up, that would be great. What does that mean?
Well.
I understand how you feel, but we simply don't have the funds for that. I'd rather spend them on something that'll increase our chances of winning.
sorry.
Nope.
No, don't apologize for speaking your mind while we're brainstorming. It's important to be able to voice your opinions without being afraid of screwing up. Some of your ideas may be totally out there, and it's fine too. We try not to reject ideas right out of the gate, but instead go with it and try to expand on it. I think that does make sense. So cool weapons, huh? Let's bookmark Kuromazaki's idea for now while we think. Alright.
Itakura.
What are your thoughts on Takamori's ranged weapon idea? Like Akitagawa said, I think it might be hard to hit the target. In that case, why don't we adjust it so that it hits with a broad range? What do I mean by that? If we're having a hard time with a single shot, we should make it rapid fire, like a machine gun. Make it rain hard enough and they're bound to get wet, you know? Oh, I get it. Impressive thinking, Itakura-senpai. And how about a shotgun? It should hit with a broader range since the shot was spread out. Yeah, good call. That could work too.
Hey.
That's what they put on the table. What do you think? Never considered that point of view. Hey, it's because you're an idiot. This might work out quite well. Let's add ranged weapon development to our lineup. Going surprisingly well.
Hey.
Takamori, what are your thoughts? Does it even matter? Whatever I say, Akitagawa will just reject it outright. If you have a sufficient argument, then by all means.
Kitagawa.
Sharing opinions during a brainstorm is forbidden. Watch it.
Yeah.
Understood. Anyway, aside from that, I don't really have any other opinion. Great. Okay, do you have any thoughts on Takamori's ranged weapon plan? Yeah, I've been racking my brain, nothing comes to mind. Okay, so we talked to the two people that we needed to talk to, and the other two just said shit all. That was a workout for my brain. I'm beat. Yeah, but it was fun. We got some solid ideas on the weapons lineup, I'd say. Indeed, let's finish off the lineup with ranged weapons like machine guns and shotguns. Should have been listening to me from the start, man. Teamwork maxed. Ayy.
Yagami-san.
Yeah.
Funds have increased, unlocked new parts. Alright, so we got another new battery. We have new frames as well. Yeah, what's the difference between this one and this one? Oh, this is just a better version of the 2000S. I see. Okay, new motors. Ranged attack level 1, increased ammo. Ranged attack reflect. Got a shield. We got a better version of the shark drill. Better version of the gorilla hammer. So this looks like the shotgun, and this looks like the machine gun. I can't make either of them. Can't make that. Need a mobile basic report, some sturdy iron. Alright, mobile basic report is there. That's the fortress basic report, which I need as well. Doesn't look like I can get any sturdy iron from this. Robo Royal? That's new. And it also changed the layout. Whoa, I just got grenaded.
Nice. Nice. Yes. Wrecked.
No way.
Go. Yes. Nice. Nice.
Why can't I put that there?
Not looking good.
Go. Yes. Nice. Go.
I really don't understand how this game works sometimes.
Nice. Yes. Nice.
Oh my god, can you move?
Yes. Go. Nice.
Not looking good.
Nice. Yes. Go. Yes. Yes. Nice.
Yeah, I don't get it. Why can I not put this piece here?
Nice.
Great.
Nice. Go. Nice.
No way.
Fuck.
Guys, we'll get him next time.
Robot thing is so annoying.
Yagami-san.
Yeah.
All I did was buy new weapons, didn't I? Ah.
Go. Yes. Nice. Yes. Yes. Nice. Nice. Nice.
There we go.
Feel it.
Nice
Good.
and easy. Well, the problem with trying a different setup is that I don't actually know what I'm doing.
Yagami-san.
Yeah.
Wait, what ringing noise?
Go. Nice. Yes. Nice. Go. Nice.
Who got that then?
Yes. Nice. Yes.
Man, I'd love to know how they did that.
Nice. Yes. Go. Yes. Go. Nice. Go. Yes. Nice. Yes.
There's a very high-pitched ringing noise when I play.
Go. Nice. Yes. Nice. Yes. Nice. Go. Nice.
まだいけるぞ
Yes.
Not
Yes.
looking good.
Go. Yes. Nice.
まだいけるぞ
Go. Nice. Yes.
やられてたまるか
Oh god.
Yes.
まだいけるぞ
Go.
やられてたまるか
Yeah, that went pretty well.
Feeling good.
Yeah, I don't know what high-pitched noise you mean. Excellent. We collected some useful data from this match too. Hey, Hidegawa, if it's cool to look over these parts again, I think we can make some modifications.
Takamori
How long do you expect it will take? Half a day, maybe? Looks like your schedule's about to open up, so you should have some time from now. Alright, you can go ahead with those modifications. Roger that. Kitakawa's been listening to everyone's opinions a lot more often than before. Could it be because of the brainstorming session?
Sakura-senpai.
Itakura, how's this?
Not bad.
Yep, now you've got it. Well, thank goodness. Everyone seems more cheerful than they were before. Except this guy. Hiromazaki, are the designs coming along okay? Oh, yes. Are you enjoying the work? I'm just doing my best. Right. I can get a pretty good read on Akitagawa, Takamori, and Sakura, but I'm going to need more time getting Hiromazaki to open up. Yagami-san, would you mind stopping by the club room sometime? I've got some new dirt on the thieving robot incidents. Oh yeah, I forgot that that's the reason why we're here. I'll invite Itakura too. This will be a good chance for her to come back to the MRC.
Itakura.
Why don't we head to the MRC room? Amasawa seems to have some new info to share with us. Me too. That a joke? You don't show up, you're basically letting Kento-kun win. Doesn't that bother you? Fine, I'll tag along. But I got some business to handle first, so go on ahead. Sure thing, I'll meet you at the MRC. Oh, I wonder how all of my crypto is doing at the moment. Let's see, what did I tell you yesterday? 31.24? Let's see what we're at the moment. Oh. In one night, it's down to 28.95. Oh. Listen, I don't want to hear about that hold the line diamond hands bullshit, alright? Do you remember that bet I put on that tennis game? You do not get to tell me to hold the line. Fuck you. I definitely should have cashed out on that as soon as I was up like 30 quid or something. What am I currently invested in? I'm currently invested in Bitcoin. I'm currently invested in something called Stellar Lumens. I'm invested in something called Compound, The Graph, Clover, AMP, and Fetch.ai. Yeah, I actually have no idea how she ended up losing that game. It was crazy. So everything is down at the moment except Fetch.ai. Everything is down. Bitcoin went down like 4%. Yeah, I'm invested in 7 at the moment, and I haven't spent a single penny on any of it. Because what this website has is it's got this thing where you can like take a quiz and it will just give you crypto. Like I did a quiz about Fetch.ai and I got $3 in Fetch crypto. I did one about Clover and I got $3 in Clover. I did one in the Graph and I earned $4 of GRT. I earned $3 of AMP, whatever that is. And I earned $10 worth of Stellar Lumens. And $9 worth of Compound. Just for taking a quiz. Dollars worth sounds like a fancy butler name. Yeah, it was Jeffrey's last name in Fresh Prince. Idakura still isn't here. I hope she shows up. Who knows? After what happened last time, who could blame her? There she is.
Hey.
Wait, hang on. Why is there a gap between these books on this table? You see that? That green book in the middle has a gap either side of the other books. Why? Alright, well here you are. Alright, tell us about the robot theft. Please have a seat, you two. I've acquired some new information regarding the thieving robot incident. So, what is it? I was able to get a picture of the robot in question. So is that it?
Yes.
It was up on social media. A witness seemed to have snapped a photo. After analyzing the information, it seems like the robot's more powerful than it was before. As it runs away, it spews out a smoke screen and even disperses caltrops from its rear. Caltrops, those spiky balls ninjas throw when making a getaway?
Yes.
That's right. Likely countermeasures in case anyone chases after it.
Itakura.
Nakura, do you think the Soryu Robotics Club would be able to install functions like those with everything they know?
No.
Huh, that's an impossible task for them. They're kind of second-rate robotics club. And from what I hear, that thief bot's supposed to be pretty agile. That sort of control program is extremely complex. I might fare better, but it would be impossible for Akitagawa or Sakura.
In other words,
I mean, the Seria Robotics Club would have one heck of a skill barrier to face.
Excuse me.
One more thing. Yagami-san, will you take a good look at this picture? Are you able to see the bolt on this part? Ah, this bolt.
Yes.
Doesn't that look like a cherry blossom mark on the head?
No way.
Wait, aren't these the custom bolts the Seria Robotics Club bought?
Yes.
Yes, if they're indeed one and the same, we may need to be more wary of the Robotics
Hey.
Club. Actually, Amasawa, can I get the data for this picture?
What?
What are you planning to do? Ask the Robotics Club about this.
Huh?
So soon? Wouldn't that make them suspicious? There's this first year named Sakura. Out of every member, he's the one who's opened up the most. If there's anyone we could trust to keep a secret, it'd be him. Right, Idakura? Oh, I could definitely see that. Very well, I'll say it again, but please be careful. Alright. Wait, there's a cryptocurrency called Shiba Inu now as well? Why do some of these cryptocurrencies just have, like, the dumbest names? Wait, actually, I think I can get to the... I think I can get to the Robotics Club from the roof. So even though I'm in the wrong building, I should still be able to make it. Oh, is this the wrong... Oh, it's still the wrong building. Never mind. Where am I going? Ah, this looks right. Yeah, there we go. Can't make the battery. Oh, I can make this new frame. Needs sturdy iron and high purity lead. Wait, why does this reduce all of my stats? Oh, because I'm over the cost limit. I see. So what do I need to make new batteries? I need dull aluminium and rusted electrical wire. I mean, we can get dull aluminium from this. I don't know where to get the rusty wire from. Oh my god, you drill bastard.
No way. Nice. Go. Yes. Nice. Nice. Go. Yes. 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 Go. Nice. Yes. Go. Nice. Nice.
There we go.
Feeling good.
A lot of the materials you can find randomly around town and school. Yeah, there's a shop near the park as well,
Hey.
which I can buy materials from.
Huh?
What's up? Want to grab some tea again? All right, I'll go buy us some snacks.
Itakura.
Got it.
All right. Yeah, there's like a truck that you can buy materials from, which is kind of nice. Wait, where's Sakura? Oh, there he is.
Itakura-senpai.
Oh, you saw somebody eat a food that gave a find rare materials for a limited time perk. Ah. Itakura-senpai, I bought potato chips. I even got your favorite flavor, consomme.
Not bad.
Oh, how sweet of you. Next time, get me a drink too, and make it a ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. This guy will cover it. Price is no object. Well, fine. Suppose it's a necessary expense.
Hey.
Alright, anyway, Sakura-kun, think you could take a look at this?
I'm sorry?
What's this? It's the thief robot that's been the talk of the town lately. What? A thief bot? I heard rumors about it, but this is the first time I'm seeing the real thing. Huh? This robot? What's up? I think I've seen a robot like this before.
What?
You have? Where? Well... Oh, I remember. The robotics club room.
What was that?
Seriously? So you know that locked cabinet in the room? Inside are the blueprints the robotics club has made over the years. When the president let me look inside before, I saw a blueprint for a robot with an arm just like this. Sure about this? I don't know if it's identical, but it looked very similar to the robot in this picture. We thought the robotics club wouldn't have the knowledge, like the know-how to make a thief bot. But they could have sold the blueprints to outsiders, and if that was the case... Suspicions are mounting, huh? Sakura, who has the keys to that locked blueprint cabinet? Just the club president, Kitagawa. The robotics club's most important assets are its ideas. For years, the president has always been the one who rigorously manages them. That means Kitagawa is the only one who could have pulled out the blueprints. Lock cabinet. If I could take a peek at the blueprints inside, that would be definitive proof. Cookie, hello. Funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I don't even know what ginger ale is. I barely know what root beer is. Inside that lock cabinet are all the blueprints the robotics club has drafted over the years. Probably wouldn't look good as their counselor to just unlock it on my own. Something the matter, Yagami-san? No, nothing at all. Oh, alright then. Guess I need to stay undercover in the robotics club and see what I can find out. It's ale without soul. Ginger ale / ginger beer is basically lemonade, but with ginger instead of lemon. I see. I've unlocked some new parts. Another new battery. Blast wave. Melee damage reduction. Enhanced melee attack. Again, enhanced melee attack. Oh, enhanced rotation speed. Yes, please. It only costs 10, but it's too much. I'm just going to put them on here for now. This is a 3-star difficulty. So ginger ale and ginger beer might not necessarily be the same thing.
Get him, Yagami bot. Nice.
Yoink.
Go. Yes. Nice. Go. Nice. Yes. Nice. Go.
Oh, you bastard.
Yes. Yes. Go. Yes. Nice. Go. Yes.
Boom. Got him.
Feeling good.
Tofu, hello. So day shift came in an hour early with like 15 people and took over for us. And on Fridays, people bring in big speakers. You legit just hardcore danced for a minute straight. Hey, nice.
That's the most optimal solution.
Ever try bitch soda? I did not. I have not ever tried it. No. Oh, birch soda. Okay, I was gonna say I don't know if people can get away with calling it that. Did you all watch the Nintendo Direct? I did not watch the Nintendo Direct. No. Let's have a look. What was announced? Do, 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 do. Here's everything that happened during tonight's Nintendo Direct. Ooh. Monster Hunter Rise is getting a massive expansion called Sunbreak. Will introduce new stories, locations, and monsters, as well as new gameplay mechanics and a new quest rank. Oh, really? The Animal Crossing New Horizons drought is finally over, and the series' much-loved pigeon barista Brewster will arrive in a new update later this year. Okay. Mario Golf Rush is getting new additions as part of its second free post-launch update arriving today. 2 new courses, one snowy, one sandy, and 2 new playable characters in the form of Koopa Trooper and Ninji. I don't think I know who Ninji is. Mario Party Superstars comes to Switch on the 29th of October. Online players supported. What? A Mario Party game with online? There's no way. Developer critically acclaimed. Oh, Switch is getting Disco Elysium. What a weird game to put on the Switch. Final Fantasy themed kart racer Chocobo Racing, which initially released all the way back in 1999, is getting an unlikely sequel. It's called Chocobo GP. Hey! Final Fantasy Mario Kart, let's go. Voice of Cards, The Isle Dragon Roars is a card-based RPG from Nier creator Yoko Taro. It's coming to Switch on the 28th of October with an eShop demo out today. Okay, have a look at this. Oh, interesting. Oh. Wait, really? Like, you have to build the world as well. Huh. Less of an announcement and more of an announcement of an announcement. Nintendo says it will be revealing its final Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Fighter on the 5th of October. Ah, no Smash character. Ah, rubbish. We're also expecting more details about Nintendo's newly announced premium tier for Nintendo Switch Online. Wait, what? Premium tier for Nintendo Switch Online? Right now, we know it will grant access to the library of N64 and Mega Drive games. Suitable controllers will be available for purchase. Wait, so in order to play N64 games and Mega Drive games on the Switch, you have to pay even more. Nintendo didn't say how much it would cost. At its launch in late October, 9 N64 games will be offered, including Mario 64, Mario Kart 64, Star Fox 64, and Zelda Ocarina of Time. Certain games like Mario Kart 64 will also offer online play. 14 Mega Drive games will be coming at launch, including Echo the Dolphin, Streets of Rage 2, and Sonic the Hedgehog 2. There will also be $50 N64. $50 for an N64 controller and a Mega Drive controller. Are you kidding me? N64 controller I can kind of understand. But a Mega Drive controller for $50? You've got to be out of your goddamn mind. Look at this. Look at this picture, right? For something like this, I could understand releasing this. This shouldn't be $50 either. This should be like $30. Right? The N64 controller should be like $30 at most. Maybe $40 at a massive stretch. This Mega Drive controller, which has 4 buttons on it, this thing should literally be $20. Like, there is no way they could possibly justify charging $50 for a Mega Drive controller. Now, if it was a bundle, and both of them were in a bundle for $50, I could see that as being okay. If they're $50 each, nah, fuck that. Fuck that. Upcoming games will include Banjo-Kazooie, Pokemon Snap, Majora's Mask, Kirby 64, Mario Golf, Paper Mario. Hey, I might actually finally get to play Paper Mario. Harvey, you'll be so happy. There's more retro news that came out. Cult classic SNES game ActRaiser has rather surprisingly been remastered and is out today. All right, what is ActRaiser? Okay, it looks like it's like a side-scrolling game, but then there's also some like town building aspect to it. Okay, it doesn't look too bad. Additionally, Nintendo formally unveiled Konami's previously leaked Castlevania Advance Collection. Okay, BioWare's original role-playing masterpiece Knights of the Old Republic is coming to Switch. Knights of the Old Republic on Switch? Damn. Oh, speaking of Knights of the Old Republic, I saw the headline for a Kotaku article the other day that said Knights of the Old Republic without BioWare is not Knights of the Old Republic, or some shit like that. What was it? I'm trying to think of the wording for it, because it honestly, when I read it, I wish I'd mentioned it at the time, because it's so it was just such a stupid like headline. Where is it? Oh, I don't think I'm going to find it. But yeah, it was basically something like that. It was basically something like Knights of the Old Republic remake without BioWare isn't Knights of the Old Republic. And it's just like, the people that made Knights of the Old Republic don't even work there anymore. Who gives a flying fuck if BioWare are working on it or not? All right, anyway, Splatoon 3. Yeah, I do not care about Splatoon whatsoever. There's also the matter of a newly announced, albeit previously leaked, return to Switch for Nintendo's beloved Pink Puffball in Kirby and the Forgotten Land out in spring next year. All right, I've never played a Kirby game. Let's see what this is all about. Oh, it's like a 3D Mario Odyssey style Kirby game. Okay, that actually looks pretty interesting. I might actually play that. I might actually play a Kirby game. Crazy. It's out in spring next year. Let's see. More exciting still was our very first taste of Platinum Games Bayonetta. Bayonetta 3? That game actually exists? Wasn't that game announced like 10 years ago? They're actually doing it? Looks as though wonderfully over the top as you'd hope, but the apparent change in voice actresses. Oh, they changed the voice actor for Bayo? Interesting. Speaking of curious casting decisions, Miyamoto popped up to share new details on Nintendo's long-in-the-works Mario... Wait, they're making a Mario movie? Interesting. With its star-studded talent now confirmed to include Anna Taylor-Joy as Princess Peach, Always Sunny in Philadelphia's Charlie Day as Luigi, and Chris Pratt as Mario? What? Chris Pratt? Really? Am I going to get DMCA'd if I watch this Bayonetta 3 trailer on stream? Don't think so. Alright, let's have a look. I'm sorry, Robotics Club, you're going to have to take a back seat for a second. Alright, let's have a look. Not actual gameplay footage, okay.
HQ 接敵した距離50対象は北東に向かって移動中遅れこちら本部了解した作戦を開始せよ了解
I don't know, for some reason this doesn't look like Bayonetta to me. Like, for some reason, graphically, this game looks worse than Bayonetta 1.
HQ 対象は3つ効果は見られない理解効果は見られない
It's a P. Isn't that the police mascot from Astral Chain? See, if I didn't know this was Bayonetta 3 already, I would have sworn this was Astral Chain 2.
Bad boy. It seems I'm unfashionably late. But I'm ready to give you everything you want.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the hair.
Right on time.
I don't know how I feel about the voice. Although that being said, if I hadn't already been told that the voice actor had changed, I probably wouldn't have noticed. That's a big old enemy. Oh, here we go. Dance it up, I guess. Holy shit, you can just summon things and just have giant kaiju battles? Oh, that's pretty funny. Wait, when she summons this stuff, it's all created out of her hair, right? So what's this all about, eh? Eh? I'm never summoning that thing ever. Holy shit, it's got a scorpion tail and everything. Oh god. How on earth is this game gonna run well on Switch? How? Man, it's so annoying that one of the first Switch games I ever played was Deadly Premonition 2. Because now I have such a bad opinion on Switch. Like, just the Switch in general. I'm always like, man, this game is not going to run very well on Switch. Just based purely on my first, like, interaction with the Switch, which was Deadly Premonition 2. There's a tease at the end of the trailer. Why is this stuff here? Get this stuff off of my screen. The video isn't finished yet. Why is this on the screen? I don't know what that's supposed to be teasing. I haven't played Bayonetta 2 yet. Which Harvey is very upset at me about. Yeah, maybe it's Virgil. Virgil's in Bayonetta 3. If she has enough hair for a fucking Megazord, I'm sure she can have some left over for a skin tight thing. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think closer to the release of this game, because Bayonetta is a game that I really like, because Platinum Games is a studio that I really like. In fact, I will reiterate that point by saying that, in my opinion, Platinum Games have never made a bad game. And I think they are probably one of the only developers that I could say that about. Platinum Games have never made a bad game. So yeah, closer to the release of Bayonetta 3, I think I might have to replay Bayonetta 1, actually play Bayonetta 2, and then maybe play Bayonetta 3. Man, hey, if Platinum Games wanna wanna give me some money to sing the praise, because I'm doing it for free at the moment, but if Platinum Games want to pay me to shill for them, I'll happily do it. What about software? Oh, you mean that you're talking about From Software, the Dark Souls guys? No, because they have made bad games. In fact, they've made lots of games. Lots and lots of games. They've made Kingsfield 1, 2, and 3. They made the Armored Core games. They made a game called Eternal Ring, which I have played. It's terrible. They made a film called Evergrace, which I have played. It's not that great. They made Lost Kingdoms, which I actually played for the GameCube, and Lost Kingdoms 2. It's like an RPG that uses cards to summon monsters to fight. It's actually, that game is actually pretty great. Metal Wolf Chaos is awful. Wait, FromSoft made Enchanted Arms? What? Chrome Hounds is supposed to be pretty bad. Shadow Assault Tenshu. Pretty bad. I mean, they made Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is pretty bad. Oh yeah, let me have a look at... Like, you look at Platinum Games, right? And you look at the games that they've made, and you look at it, and it's like, like, the worst game they've made is probably... I think the worst game they've made is considered to be Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutants in Manhattan, and that's still a pretty good game. Like, they made Mad World, Bayonetta, Vanquish, Anarchy Reigns, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. The best Metal Gear game. Wonderful 101, Bayonetta 2, Legend of Korra, Transformers Devastation, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Nier Automata, Astral Chain, Bayonetta 3. Wait, apparently they made a couple of Wii U games. Apparently they did Star Fox Zero and Star Fox Guard, but I don't know what either of those two games are. Anyway, I stand by it. I stand by what I said. I know what I said. Wait, why do I pronounce it automata? Probably because I'm taking it from the word automatic and just replacing the IC with an A. Yeah, the thing is, I have heard people, I've had people in the past tell me that it's not taken from the word automatic, it's taken from the word automaton. So it's actually supposed to be pronounced differently. But I just pronounce it the way I pronounce it. Don't start giving me shit for the way I pronounce things, Aquila. All right? We all know where you're from. You can't pronounce shit right anyway, so... Second language and all, we know. I wasn't even going to bring that up. I was just going to say that that's just the way I pronounce it. It has nothing to do with second language stuff. It's literally just the way I pronounce it. Speak American? Absolutely not. And I'll start saying shit like could care less. And the other one, which will not be named.
Okitagawa.
Ugh. Oh, is the advisor actually shown up? It's crazy.
Okitagawa-kun?
You got a moment? Kudo-sensei, what is it? Yoyotu Yagami-sensei? Excellent.
Hmm?
An acquaintance of mine happens to be a police officer, and they asked me a curious question. Police officer, don't tell me. There have been reports of frequent thefts in the Jinsho performed by robots. So as the Robotics Club advisor, they asked if I could get your thoughts on the matter. Not as suspects, but simply for reference. Then this acquaintance described the thieving robot, and it got me thinking. I might have seen it before.
Hey.
This isn't good. That cabinet. You recall allowing me to see the documents in there previously, yes? One of the blueprints I saw at the time looked rather similar to the thief bot. Sensei, what are you trying to say? Don't worry, I haven't said anything to the police yet.
Good grief.
But you should know that this is trouble for me. In the event you are acting unfavorably, it will fall under my management responsibility.
What?
We don't know anything. You sure about that? Because I think it'd be better for you if you were just honest with me.
What?
You gotta be kidding me. This is not going well. Now what do I do? I defend the Robotics Club? I have to defend the Robotics Club, right?
Excuse me.
Kudo-sensei, you said you hadn't gone to the police yet. That means you're planning on going to them now? Well, depends on if the members have the right attitude. Attitude? What are you saying? The robotics club must disband. On top of that, if you get rid of that blueprint, I won't say a word to the police.
I see.
That's so. It looks like you think the robotics club is guilty. But by making statements like that when that's your actual stance, you've essentially instigated the robotics club to tamper with evidence.
Huh?
Tamper? That's a vicious thing to say. You know, Akuda-sensei, this guy's a lawyer. You probably don't want to say anything stupid.
Huh?
Huh? A lawyer? Former lawyer.
Either way,
Just for the record, if you don't disband, I'll tell the cops is a textbook threat. A teacher threatening her own students, suggesting they tamper with evidence, that's not a good look. What?
We are done here.
Anyway, all I'm asking is for the robotics club to not do anything
For
stupid.
crying out loud.
Robots are just toys at the end of the day. Play with them in the club room. Wow. Yeah, it's that quarter pounder with cheese in France is a reference to the same movie that you were referencing, Luck, when you said English motherfucker, do you speak it? It's from the same movie. I didn't have to say that. She went white as a ghost when Yagami-san gave his counter-argument. This feels so great.
Yagami-san!
Thank you, Yagami-san. She doesn't seem to respond to reason, so we always struggle with her. I'm angry. I hate hearing our robots being called toys. Kuramazaki? We need to win this tournament.
Yeah.
Right, let's show what robots can do so she'll never call them toys again.
Let's do this.
You said it. Let's show that crummy teacher what's
I'll
up.
give it a shot.
Yeah, I'm getting all fired up. Sweet and simple, this bunch. Guess we got a lucky break. Kuda-sensei managed to bring everyone together before the main tournament.
Yagami-san!
Anyway, let me know when you're ready. We'll head to the first round of the tournament. Focus is already at max, though. What is this that you've linked here? Why would anybody do that? Why would anybody do that? What have they done? I've unlocked even more parts. I think, yeah. Mega College Robotics Club. 3-star power level. Yeah, we're basically playing Robot Wars. We're finally here, round 1 of the Robo Rally Tournament, a battle between Seryu High Robotics Club and Mega College Robotics Club. Are you nervous, Kuramazaki? Yes. Yeah, Mega College is a tough opponent, plus it's the first time we've made it to the main tournament. Up till now we were lucky enough to lose in the prelims. Now we're suddenly gunning to win the thing. Alright, that's enough talk. It's starting. Now we're ready to kick things off. Let the robot battle begin! You actually read the script for it out loud with some of your friends, but you don't remember anything from it. Wait, you and your friends just read the script for Pulp Fiction?
Yes.
Oh my god, get out of here, fat robot.
not looking good.
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Oh my god, get out of here.
Yes.
Boom. Easy.
Feeling good.
You had some weird friends when you were a kid. Senryu High Robotics Club come out on top. They've made it through the first round of the tournament. Hey. We won! This is so cool. Now I'm starting to believe we can actually win. So, you're the Serio Robotics Club. I'm Rikio Moriwaki, president of the Toto College of Science Robotics Club. Toto College of Science, last year's champions? Champions? Well, that's pretty impressive. It's way more than impressive. They've been undefeated 3 tournaments in a row, and they're favored to win this time too.
Are you serious?
Sorry this came out of nowhere. Our president just wanted to say hi to the up-and-coming Serio Robotics Club. Oh, I'm Hisako Sakamoto. Nice to meet you. By the way, I checked out your match earlier. You're an interesting bunch. It'd be nice if we could take each other on sometime. That's your wish. I'm sure it will be granted. At least in the finals. Whoa, so you guys are shooting to make it to the finals?
Yes.
Yes, we'll be there. That's a promise. You will, huh? Huh. Guess you're pretty confident. That's cool. Except, well, I don't think we'll end up facing each other in the finals.
What?
I don't think you really got what this competition is all about. Oh dear. Toto College of Science Robotics Club. Last year's winners, huh? If we're on their radar, must mean we're doing pretty well for ourselves, right? Perhaps, but for now, we just need to focus on winning our next match. And my teamwork and focus is already maxed, so I don't need to do anything with that. Alright. That's enough robots for a second. Alright, who's this? Amasawa. You can drop by the club room when you have a moment. There's something I want to tell you about the professor. Okay. Oh my god, a new club. A new club, let's go! I was gonna go do some boxing, but I mean, if she wants to give me a new club to do, then I'll go do that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Yagami's hair. It's weird. Not a fan. Alright, what's the next club? Anybody got any guesses? Photography. Easy. Come on, Ichikura-san, smile. Masawa-senpai, will you please do something about this? Why not just smile for her? She only needs one photo, she said. Yeah, for real. Just annoying. I just don't want you to waste the miracle of youth, Ichikura-san. You need to have it
I'm
documented.
begging you.
Come on, smile.
Enough already.
I said no, you bratty little shutterbug. You want me to break that stupid camera?
Hey.
What's going on here?
Yagami-san.
Oh, you showed up at the perfect time, Yagami-san.
Excuse me.
Yagami-san, you must be the famous detective.
Huh?
Maybe. Who are you? I'm Mei Toribe, president of the photography club. I've actually been dying to talk to you as a fellow documentarian. You take me as a fellow what? Detectives take candid photos all the time. Detectives and their cameras are inseparable, aren't they?
Huh.
I
I'm
suppose.
begging you.
In fact, I'd say the photography club has been acting almost like a detective club lately. Be so awesome if you gave us some advice, Yagami-san. Riva-san is pursuing the professor as a photographer. What does that mean? Well, I hope to get an actual shot of him eventually, and in the meantime, I want to use the power of photographic arts to enlighten all of the students he led astray. Come again? Alright. Okay, let's hear what it has to say.
Hey.
Why is the photography club involved with the MRC? Apparently the club likes to take photos according to a certain theme. And their current theme is delinquency, unless they're interested in the professor's story. Yeah, we've taken photos of shoplifters, muggers, people driving without a license or a helmet, middle-aged men getting beaten up, escort services, and recently we heard that lots of seemingly innocent students have been getting into trouble around Ijincho. Supposedly they're tainting the entire city's image. Terrible, huh? So, what, you're going to try and capture some of these terrible moments?
Yes.
Yes, to be a force for enlightenment. Okay. Since I too am pursuing the professor, I sympathize with Toribe-san and I wanted to support her. Wow, Amasawa-senpai. Your smile is so pretty. These two sure seem to get along. Tell me, what exactly do you mean when you say you want to take photos to enlighten others? Well, all of us live trapped inside a cage of subjectivity, and the self is unrecognizable as an object because of epoch. But photography can free you from that cage of subjectivity.
Yagami-san.
Okay, I'll try to explain. You ever feel like surprised when you see a picture of yourself? Like you think to yourself that this is how I'm seen by other people? Sure, that's happened to me. Okay, yeah, so that's what objectifying the subjective is all about. It lets you look at yourself with objectivity. Because, you know, even if humans rarely do evil, they almost always recognize it. Humans who actually do evil lose sight of themselves, typically. Or else they try to justify it just to avoid looking at what's ugly inside them. Yes, I understand that, yeah. Well, that's why we need to take pictures of those delinquent students, to force them to look at their actions objectively. That's enlightenment. They'll make their own stupidity into an object right before them.
Design.
We call it design.
Yagami-san.
Design. Yagami-san? Setting aside Toribe-san's rather esoteric philosophy, is there any way the MRC can help? If we could really get delinquent students to reflect on their behavior, I think it would be an effective countermeasure against the professor's influence. Get that, but can we really make that much of a difference?
Yes.
Of course we can. If you teach me detective-style photography techniques, that'll make a huge difference. Okay. Being a detective, don't you have a lot of opportunities to secretly photograph your target? Toribe-san's been trying to take pictures of crimes, but just can't seem to hack it. True, the main problem is criminals try to attack me.
In other words.
Yeah, passion for photojournalism is putting her in danger. That's why I think she needs you to protect her a bit. I'm not some teacher who takes care of students who seek out trouble. And besides, we might collect some information about the professor while we chase the delinquent students, yeah? Yes, of course we would. I understand where you're coming from. I'll help. Wow, thank you so much. We'll be in the photography club room, okay? Just swing by whenever you have the time. It's on the 3rd floor of the east building.
Gotcha.
Roger that. Before trying to get a job, you're going to start doing projects like making games so that you can put it on your portfolio. You're going to make a competitive Tetris engine. Doesn't that already exist? Isn't Tetris 99 a thing that exists as competitive Tetris?
Photo op. Oh. Announcement.
I'm gonna play it. Am I? Am I now? Ultras, Puyo Puyo, Tetris, Tetris Effect. I'm not sure if that 8 is supposed to be a B, in which case that would be blacks. Thank you for the follow, or it's supposed to be blacks or 8 lax. But yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Funny thing is, somebody was using RPG Maker to make a game for me to play on stream, and they started it. Like, I tested a little bit of it, and then shortly after that, they never came back.
Yagami-san.
Oh, Yagami-san, I'm so glad you're here. If I recall correctly, you need me to help you with your pictures. Well, what am I taking photos of? Okay, so there's this student who's suspected of pickpocketing, and he uses a pretty clever MO. I've tried to photograph him so many times, I just can't manage it. Do you want me to snap a photo of him pickpocketing? Yes, exactly. I want to get a picture of him in the act so I can show him the photo and make him reflect on his conduct. So let me get this straight. It sounds like you don't plan on telling the school about it or turning him into the police.
Yes.
Of course I don't. All the delinquent students should be given a chance to turn over a new leaf. All I want is to bring awareness. To bring enlightenment.
Gotcha.
Okay, I'm on board. So where am I going? Near the ticket gate of Jinai Station. Let me know when you're ready to go. We can head over together. Alright, we'll do at least one of these. Alright, let's get out of here. So our target is a third-year student by the name of Jodai Fujimaru. On the surface, he seems like a harmless, innocent student, except he has a habit of stealing things. Hey, there he is. So I'm going to need to tail him and then do a photo thing, I guess. He always seems to just wander onto the streets and start pickpocketing. Really scummy. How do you want me to take these photos? Well, look, Yagami-san, the key here is to take pictures that will make the target reflect on what he did. It'd be awesome if you could catch him at the precise moment he lifts a wallet, and if possible with a sort of evil look on his face.
Gotcha.
Sort of evil look on his face. I'll do my best. Alright, let's see what you got. Oh, maybe I don't have to do the tailing thing. Looks like we got a good angle of our target now. This is your chance to take the photo, Yagami-san. And you said you wanted the exact moment that he pickpockets someone with an evil look on his face. I got that right? Try to get what you want. Yagami-san, can you come to the park today? What's going on? We got a bit of trouble. Just head to the usual gathering spot. Okay. Right, where is he? He's there.
Now.
What do you mean didn't quite get it? Apparently I didn't get the wallet. Despite the fact that I definitely got the wallet. What? I definitely got the wallet in that picture. I definitely got the wallet in that first picture. That is bullshit. Nice. I got a great shot. Looks like, look, his face totally looks evil. Can barely see his face. Impressive, Yagami-san. Let's use that pic to enlighten Fujimaru-san. Oh, hey. I'm gonna have to beat him up now as well. Guess I hit the jackpot. What the? Now, be enlightened. Huh? This the type of person you want to be? You're supposed to be of pure heart. Do you see this, Fujimaru-san? What are you talking about? Who are you, anyway? High schooler's mind is like a tabula rasa, a canvas with infinite possibilities, untainted by any color. Enlightenment will allow you to finally leave your child state, and photography will give you the opportunity for enlightenment. Hey, are you from some sketchy religious group or something? I was thinking the same thing. Oh, I'm not interested. Hey, Taribu, word of advice, you need to explain yourself in simple terms if you don't want to be misunderstood. Okay, just please take a look at this photo. It shows the moment you pickpocketed an innocent citizen. It does indeed. What the? Wait, what the hell is this? Who are you guys? I'd like to ask you the same thing. Huh? Who are you? You're not the kind of person who commits such a heinous crime. Don't you see? Even though your actions can never be undone, it's not too late for you. Confront your objective self and be enlightened.
Alfhaven, please.
Time to Alfhaven. Okay, you're trying to blackmail me, right? Right? The only thing being blackmailed is your conscience. I don't understand anything you're saying. Are you just some crazy girl? I'm gonna fucking kill you if you don't shut it. Yeah, this isn't good. Hey, stop. You step off. I'm gonna kick her ass. But what a weird girl. Easy. Freaking damn it. Fuck. So this is how the mission ends. Everything is the result of your own actions, Fujimaru-san. I look like shit, just like my big bro in prison. See, you don't want to end up in there with him, do you? Take this opportunity to repent. Okay, fine. I'm over this shit anyway. It won't happen again. Wait, did that really just work? I can't believe it. I can't believe it worked. Well then, Fujimaru-san, I'm going to give you this picture as a souvenir of your revelation. I don't want that piece of crap. Later, losers. Does that count as going?
Yagami-san.
Oh, let's head back to the club room, I guess. So this gives my... Okay, this brings up my focus. Power of photography is truly amazing. We really got Fujimaru-san to reflect on what he did. Actually, it seemed to me like he just got tired of being angry. But sure, maybe we had some effect on him.
Thank you so much.
Hey, no problem. There are a lot more delinquent students I want to take pictures of, so please come by our club room whenever you feel like it. There's more of them. This girl's even more reckless than Amasawa. Too risky to leave her to her own devices. I'll help her out again. I might be able to get some info on the professor at the same time. Look at this photograph. That was actually the name of that. Bottomless stomach, let's go. Need to increase my drunkenness limit. Let's bring up... Are there any photo op stuff? Doesn't seem to be. I'm gonna need to buy some fighting moves at some point. Let's increase my attack, I guess. Will increase my parkour skills. Boost health. Burst chokehold. The only stance one I can get is EX gauge. Alright, let's have a look. So school missions, photography club. Wait, do I only have to do 3 photographs? Oh wow, there's only 3. So it looks like there's only 3 more, there's only 2 more things to do for the photography club. Which is pretty good. Skaters, it looks like I'm on the last bit. Oh, it doesn't actually look like I can progress the robotics club anymore. Interesting. Yeah, so skaters and boxing. I mean, I might as well just finish the photography club if there's only like 3 things to do. Lady, hello. You missed the morning. How is the progression going? What club am I on? Okay, so we did 1 more thing for the skate club. We did... It's pretty much just been robotics club all morning. I did a little bit more of the esports club. I needed to get some wins in the esports club in order to get some challenges done. So I went back there and did that. I did a little bit of skater. We just unlocked the photography club just now, and yeah, we've been doing a load of robotics clubs. Wait, can I not continue with the photography club? Apparently I'm supposed to be able to continue with the photography club. Hour. Alright, we should be able to go finish off the skateboard club now. So let's go do that. You're downloading the Visual Studio right now. Fear my gumption, you're going to become the best programmer that ever was. Now, here's the thing, Luck. I believe in you, alright? I believe that you can do whatever you set your mind to. Okay? Do I think you will become the best programmer there ever was? Probably not. However, I believe that you will be good enough. And that's fine.
Why is this all?
Let's go.
What a waste.
I know what you could work towards being the best at. Just work towards being the best you that you can possibly be. As fucking cheesy as that sounds.
Chioda.
What's going on, Shioda? Hurry over
Yeah.
to the park. Okay. Let me guess, they tagged over... the... of course. What the? Shikishima and his crew did it. They did? One of our guys who was practicing at the time tried to stop them and they kicked our asses. Bastards. Hey, where did Shikishima and them go? They ran off towards Hamakita Park. We must have crossed them on the way here. And they're not going to get away with this. Dun dun dun.
Hey.
It's the best, yes, yet most useless advice one can give. Yeah. Yeah, I know. But that's mainly because there's no way to be the best at something, right? There's always going to be somebody better than you. Probably everything. That implies I'm not already the best me out there. That's not what that implies. It just means be the best version of yourself that you can be. Be the kind of person that you want to be. Be the kind of person that you're happy with. Ooh, making a chatbot. Interesting. Hey, you'd be lucky to have two of me in this world, alright?
Hey.
Who are you guys? Kane gang, probably. Sure don't seem like Shikishima skateboarding buddies. You're the Neo Kane gang, aren't you? Listen, why are you guys getting involved with some kid's turf war? Not making you money, is it? Not a damn yen. Your tone seems to imply you aren't happy about any of this. Let me guess, the professor is putting you up to it. You sound curious, like a guy who wants to die. Bring it on, maybe you'll feel like talking after I knock you around. Look at this. Hiya! Yeah. You want to be the best out of 60 people out there that really want to be the best in the same thing that you are. I mean, didn't you already do that though? Weren't you like ranked number 4 in Brazil for Rivals of Aether? I mean, surely there's got to be more than 60 people playing Rivals of Aether in Brazil. Your New Year's resolution is you want to learn a new skill or improve a skill that you already know? Huh. TJ, hello.
Little shit.
Well, didn't you say you wanted to be... Oh, you want to be the best out of 60 people. I see. You didn't want to just be better than 60 people. Not too far with tagging here, Shikishima. What's this about? You doing this out of spite? Or when you quit the art club back in middle school?
You piece of shit!
This is revenge, right? Because of some grudge? Say it already. Look at yourself.
You're useless.
You're just being lazy, Chiyoda. You know it. Oh, what the fuck? Slugfest, let's go.
Hey.
That's enough.
Hey!
Hey, what the hell? Let me go. It's wristwatch.
Shikishima.
I didn't notice this until now, but... Are you left-handed? You've got your watch on your right wrist, so you must be.
Huh?
What's that got to do with anything? There's something off about that information, but what? Now that I think about it, some evidence that belies your left-handedness. Take a look at this. Yeah, I mean, it's this one right here that it immediately showed me.
Check this out.
It's all right here in this photo. This is Shikishima right in the middle of drawing over our piece. Take a closer look, Chiyoda. Shikishima's drawing with his right hand. Oh, now that you mention it. But he's got his watch on his right hand as well. Look, the watch is on his right hand. You can see it in the picture.
Hey.
Hey, Mitsui. Yeah, what's up? You've hung around him long enough to know, right? Shikishima been drawing his graffiti with his right hand all this time? Now that you mention it, you might be right. Yeah, something felt off because my impression was that Shikishima's left-handed. And... wouldn't you say Shikishima's art has improved dramatically compared to when he first started? Yeah, that's right. He kind of sucked in the beginning.
I see.
As I suspected.
Yagami-san.
Listen, what does this all mean? I'm also very curious.
Shikishima.
I think it's got something to do with the real reason Shikishima was drawing over Chiyoda and his crew's work, am I right? The reason Shikishima was using his right hand to draw graffiti... I don't know why Shikishima was using his right hand to draw his graffiti. What? Hey, Fanny Slam. Hello. Thanks for the lurk. Good to see you. Message to Chiyoda. Left hand was hurt. Messed up by using his dominant hand. What is that? What is it? What does him using his right hand have to do with anything? I don't understand. Anybody have any ideas? Hand is hurt? Maybe. Like, that would make the most sense. Messed up by using his dominant hand. I think it's between his left hand was hurt and it's a message to Chiyoda. Oh. Oh, I think it's message to Chiyoda. Because Chiyoda hurt his hand. Yeah, Chiyoda hurt his hand. Right? And so Shikishima is sending him a message by using his other hand. Somehow. I don't know. I don't know. I'll try. I probably can't fail this. Like, this isn't a thing you can fail, I'm pretty sure. So no, I don't think it has anything to do with doppelgangers or anything like that. Or swapping places. But maybe. I don't know. I don't know where this story's going. I'm going to go with this one. Yoda seems to believe that Shikishima was going around and drawing over the Blue King's artwork as a means of revenge. I can tell that Yoda and Shikishima have some sort of history, although I don't know what it's about. However, the fact that Shikishima was drawing with his non-dominant hand eliminates the possibility of this being revenge. In fact, it completely changes how we should view Shikishima's actions. If we do that, we start to see a certain message he was trying to convey through his drawings. What message?
Chiyoda.
You mentioned that you gave up your dream of becoming an artist after the surgery on your right hand. Yeah, I did. Well, what conclusion can you come to when you see that Shikishima draws with his non-dominant hand? And especially because you can see right before your eyes that Shikishima's improving day by day. I mean, don't tell me he... That's right. He's trying to show you that you can still create art with your non-dominant hand. He doesn't want you to give up your dream of becoming an artist.
In other words,
that's the message he wants to get across. Isn't that right, Shikishima? Shikishima, But you've always had a grudge against me, because I'm the reason you quit pursuing art. I keep telling you, you're lazy in the way you think. Think deeper. I mean, it's true you're the reason I quit, but there's more to it. You ready to explain then? When Chiyoda joined the art club, I realized that there's talent you can't beat no matter how hard you work. Chiyoda started drawing in his second year of middle school. That's late for most kids, but he quickly surpassed me and I'd been drawing for years. But he had such skills, such expression with color, and above all, he was obsessed with the craft. He would draw 24 hours a day, 7 days a week without taking a single break. He was intimidating in every aspect. I figured there was no way I could compete. Yeah, I remember the more praise I got, the more you would sulk. While it was a big adjustment for me, when I was a kid, I was always the best artist. Anyway, I quit the club, I got over it, and started to think differently. I realized I wanted to see Chiyoda become an amazing artist. What? Did you? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, ironically, once I quit art, my interest in it grew even stronger. I felt like I was entrusting my dream to you. Such a stupid end to this storyline. When I got into high school, I kept searching for a new dream, and that's when I heard that you'd quit drawing. And why? Just because some rehab after the hand surgery was too much for you? That you're just gonna give up? The hell you are. You're just letting your guys use a stencil and you didn't even create it. Your predecessor did.
Wow.
It made me think, wow, this is the guy who caused me to give up my dreams? I thought he was a genius.
You're useless.
And you said it yourself that you wanted to become an artist someday. Is that why you joined the Jinsho Hounds? You got a problem with that? To be honest, I was scared. Knowing there's a chance my hand wasn't going to heal even after rehab, it freaked me out. That's why I kept avoiding it. But I guess I can use my other hand if all else fails. If you can pull it off, I'm sure it'd be easy for a genius like me.
Huh?
Yoda. Listen, I'm going to try to pursue it again. The dream you entrusted me with. Nice. What a... What a dumb end to that fucking thing. Kashima-kun. Yamari-sensei. Does this mean you'll come back to school? Yes, yes. I will because I've accomplished what I set out to do. Thank goodness. Yagami-san told me about all the stupid things you did.
That was my bad.
Sorry, Sensei. Doppelganger would have been much more fun. That's true. Down to business then. How did you communicate with the professor? I received a private message through the underground site. The professor contacted you directly?
Sure.
Yeah, the message mentions some things about Chiyoda. Your former rival Teta Chiyoda and that Blue King group are acting like they rule the underground of this city and they're ruining the place for everyone. I've seen your work before in an art contest, and I know you should be the one to paint over those fools' graffiti. I want you to let them know the ruler of the city has changed, alright? Don't worry, I'm sending you some bodyguards for this. Prof M. So was this all a promotional ad campaign for the professor like you mentioned before? The Blue King used to claim that they were the king of delinquents. Maybe the professor thought they were an eyesore.
Now that you mention it.
Speaking of which, was that the graffiti the professor based on how he looks in real life? Not at all. I don't know what he looks like. That was just my imagination. Professor Moriarty was the first thing that came to mind when I heard Professor, so I drew him like that. I see, then I guess we can't rely on that drawing as we continue our investigation. I'm a little surprised that Shikishima-kun's behavior turned out to be just misguided commercial. But then again, we're not sure if that was the professor's true intention. Using a former art student for publicity purposes seems a bit far-fetched. I wonder why he chose Shikishima-kun then. Who knows? It's unforgivable, whoever this professor is. I can't believe he would lead students astray for such nonsense. Let's not let our emotions get the better of us, Sensei. We promise to reveal his true identity and make him see what he's done. We'll do it in the name of the Mystery Research Club. Hey. So is that it? Are we done? I think we're done with this. Yeah, we're done with the skaters now as well. And we have completed all of the skaters' town go missions as well. Can we do photography club again now? Yes. Oh, who's this, Toribe?
Yagami-san.
Oh, this is my mentor, Hikawa-san, a great and wise master. Nice to meet you. I'm Kanto Hikawa, former president of the photography club. Oh, you're the retired president? He taught me the fundamentals of camera work. He even developed his own philosophy of photography. Wow. You know, the science of photography first emerged in the 19... Oh my god, I don't care. I don't care about the science of photography. In the old days, humans used a mirror to discover themselves as objects, but it was still just a mirrored relationship. Photography gave them the power to externalize the self as an actual being in the world, but this can only be done by cutting the self out from the perspective of the big other. In other words, photography has the power to transform the cogito. It's an incredible phenomenon, but of course, what does it all mean? That is my current research topic. Sure.
Huh.
Okay, very interesting. Toribo's mentor, huh? Kind of an oddball. Seems like Toribe got her whole shtick from him.
Yagami-san.
I have a question. What kind of art did you study in college? I was doing mostly graphic design. I wanted to be an architect when I was younger. So I was studying graphic design so that I could do that. Didn't really work out very well though. I just kind of got a bit bored. You now bring joy to 24 people at a time. Honestly, I would be satisfied even if it was as low as one person. I've always kind of had that mentality. It was actually something that stemmed from a conversation that I had with my mum. Because, like, I've mentioned it many times on stream before, where I started streaming without any sort of preconceptions of, like, making it or being, like, a big streamer or whatever. Like, I was pretty sure I was going to be streaming to 0 people. And I was okay with that. So I kind of went into it with that mentality. And I was having a conversation with my mum, and we basically came to the realization that I would rather stream to one person who was nice than 1,000 people who were all dicks, you know? You just wanted to know if I could imagine filling a Wellington with concrete and putting a doll leg upside down and some graffiti cans and a naked umbrella out of the doll's foot. Not that kind of art. That kind of art makes... it's just so dumb. Like, I once went to an art gallery for college, and there was a painting that was up on the wall that was valued like in the 100,000s, right? And it was literally just a square bit of canvas, and half of it was dark blue and half of it was light blue. And I kind of took one look at it and I was like, why? Why the fuck? How is this valued at like £300,000? Yeah, I don't know. Some, like, I don't know. I'm a bit of an oddball when it comes to art stuff. Like, I don't care about that kind of stuff. The boy or girl with the red balloon that's now shredded is worth more. Oh, the Banksy piece. The one that auto shredded itself as soon as it got sold. Yeah, that kind of stuff is cool. I actually like good stencil art. Like good stencil art and graffiti. I think graffiti can be really good sometimes. You think I'm in the majority? Probably. Huh? I feel like I'm in the majority when it comes to things like that with, like, fashion, especially. Right? Like, you see all of these people at, like, fashion shows and, like, on catwalks and stuff, and even in, like, fashion magazines and stuff, and I'm just kind of looking at it. Even, like, red carpets for movie premieres and, like, just recently that Met Gala thing, where I was just kind of looking at what people wear to those kinds of things. And I'm just like, you are an idiot. Nobody would wear this. Why are you wearing this? What is this? Oh, shut up. You know what I mean. I was... Nobody would wear this. I was talking more about the fashion show stuff. The red carpet stuff, obviously people would wear it because there is somebody who has decided to wear it for some reason. Honestly, I try not to get involved with celebrity news in any way. Because I just do not care. I do not care about celebrities. I do not care about their lives. I do not care about who hates who, who's sleeping with who, who's having a kid with who. I could not give a flying fuck. I do not care about Nicki Minaj's opinion on the COVID vaccine. And anybody who does is a moron. Like, I remember years ago, Dave Chappelle had, like, he had, like, a thing in one of his stand-up shows where he was just, like, I think he was talking about, the war on terror or something. He's just like, yeah, three American soldiers have been killed in Afghanistan. It's terrible. You know, we have so many experts that we can talk to, but let's find out what Ja Rule thinks. And it's like, I don't get it. That's probably a real thing. Like, who cares? Who cares what Ja Rule thinks? You hope Ja Rule isn't watching. You know what? Fuck it. I hope he is. I hope he is. I hope he hears this. I hope he knows. Clip it, send it to him. Fuck it. I don't care. Could you imagine? It's just like, hey, on Twitter, it's just like, hey, at Ja Rule, this dickhead said this about you. And then he actually responds. Is Ja Rule still alive? That'll probably be important information to know before tweeting at him. Not after I send him this clip. Oh dear. I was watching a thing the other day. Apparently, Soldier Boy called out Tim the Tatman for moving across and streaming on YouTube instead of Twitch. And Soldier Boy called him a sellout. And he was just jumping up and down on his chair going, I will not sell out. I will be on Twitch. Yada, yada, yada. And Tim just kind of turns around and goes, oh, wow, that's crazy. That, like, 20 years ago, I was listening to his music and now I'm being called out by him on Twitch. That's insane. Ace, hello. How you doing? He thought he owned Atari when he owned a several millions worth of Atari coin. He also tried to make his own console a few years ago, right? But it turned out that it was just a massive rip-off of an existing console, and he got, like, sued into the ground or something. I am also good, Ace. I am also doing pretty well. You must be in a terrible state at the moment, right? Apparently Apex Legends is just completely unplayable at the moment. You must be just on another level of bored. You read I'm good, how dare you? Yeah, it turns out Ace is a massive Ja Rule fan. Our next target is the Hot Rodders.
Yes.
In a motorcycle gang. Yes, they aren't as big a group as Made in Heaven. Still a troublemaking bunch riding around the busy streets without helmets or licenses. Quite troublesome. They're serious students. I'm trying to take pictures of them to get them to reflect on their bad behavior.
Yes.
Also, I'd love for it to come with me to photograph the Hot Rodders. Please give me a shout when you're ready. Okay, so we need to take a picture of some wrong-uns. Probably get this. I should probably get this. Stealth actions. Oh, I already got the Photo Master stuff. So what's actually... I haven't actually read too much into it, but what's so terrible about Apex at the moment? What's going on with it? What's happening? How many points do I have left? I can buy a crane ability. Okay. Alright. Let's go take a picture of some bikers. So this is where the biker gang's gonna be? Yeah, they should be coming any minute now. Eek! Oh yeah, make 'em eat dust, Takeyan. What is that look?
Hey!
Yikes, hey, careful.
Nah.
Yeah. Enough with the years. What about the police? Are we just not gonna call them? I think someone already did, but it doesn't matter. As soon as cops show up, the bikers will scram. Yeah, they will. I guess we'll have to photograph them before that happens, huh? I think they're circling this area. Let's take the pictures before they leave. He looked like a Hildebrand character from FF14. True. So you go into a game, immediately get an error. Oh god, I nearly burned my hand there. So you go into a game, immediately get an error. Sometimes you end up loading in. Other times you fight with errors until it throws you back to the lobby and then you do it again. If you get into a game, the lobbies have been slow-mo, laggy as shit, terrible. Damn. No, you're not going to get 5,000 ping. There's no way. I play on... What? Wait. I played on US servers when I was playing with you. Called an exaggeration. Fine. Couldn't get that kind of ping if you were from the US trying to play in Aussie servers. I mean, you probably wouldn't get 5,000 ping if you were trying to control the fucking robot on Mars. Actually, you might. You might get 5,000 ping if you were trying to control the Mars rover. Never mind. But, you know, it's an exaggeration. So I have to get some annoyed citizens in the frame as well. That's not going to do it. I think I have to move. Okay, I have to move slightly. The max zoom. Oh, shit. Aha! Nailed it. Perfect. You over-exaggerate because you're spoiled? Yeah. I guess hanging out with Shard that much will do that to you. Speaking of which, I don't think... I haven't spoken to him in so long. I feel like I probably should, at some point, figure out what's going on with him. What is actually going on with him at the moment? Like, I haven't seen him streaming or anything for what seems like weeks. When's the last time he streamed? Probably because he can't play Apex, so he doesn't know what to stream. Oh, apparently he streamed 3 days ago. The hell? Interesting. You know people in the US that it's just they have to play with 50 ping instead of 40 or something. Oh yeah. Your earpads arrived, you just finished putting them on. Holy crap, they feel so good. Good. I'm happy to hear it. I'm glad you're finally able to use your headset in the way it was intended.
Huh?
I'm just gonna leave this playing. I'm just gonna leave this playing on auto because I'm spending too much time talking to you guys that I'm not actually advancing the story in any way. I should get them. Honestly, I don't even use that headset anymore. I've been using like in-ear headphones instead because, you know, I want to try and get rid of the dent that's been placed in the top of my head from wearing headsets for so long. I don't use headsets anymore. You have 37 ping right now, and that's usually about what it's at. If it goes any higher, you're just mad at that point.
Hey.
Is it one of those situations where it's just like, why do I have 42 ping? This is unplayable.
Oh. Huh? Nah.
Huh?
I have 50 ping, that's why I lost the game. It's funny you should say that. Me and Nem do actually play Valorant with somebody who makes that argument about ping all the time.
Let's go.
Eat, bite. Yeah, easy. Do some more fighting mini games. Well, after I'm done with the photography club, I'm going to be moving back to the boxing club, so we'll be fine. Oh, I see. Do some more fighting mini games so that we can do copium and get banned. I see. I see how it is.
Huh?
You play a steady 80-ish when you're in the Arctics working, and that's totally fine. Yeah. We always play on London servers and you never complain. That's true. I don't think I've ever heard you complain about ping once, Nem. One thing that really frustrates you in Apex is that the mouse cursor disappears and you have to Alt-Tab out and in to get it to show again. What?
Aufheben, please.
Why? Wait.
Toribe.
What mouse cursor? When?
Hey. Oh.
You use the cursor to loot stuff, and if it's invisible when you try to loot a crate, the mouse cursor appears, so you can click on items. I mean, Ace doesn't really have that issue because Ace plays on
Master.
PS4, so you know, doesn't have those issues.
Yes. Huh?
Yes, that's right. Apex on console. You have 3 MS once at a friend's house that's just nuts and had a 1-2 terabyte line at one point. You don't miss it. You've grown apart. You love nature more. Man, what I would give for like amazing internet like that. See, I'm somewhat lucky that when we play games like Rocket League and CS and Valorant and stuff like that, my ping is usually in the low 20s, like at all times. And I'm still shit.
Hey.
Actually, I had some really good games yesterday. I don't know what was different yesterday than usual, but we played 3 games of Valorant and we won all 3 of them, like, quite comfortably, I would say. But, you know, I'm not allowed to say that the only difference is that Falco wasn't there. I'm not allowed to say... Look, I'm not going to say it was Falco's fault that we keep losing, but, you know, he wasn't there yesterday and we won 3 games out of 3. I'm just saying, it's... You know. The facts speak for themselves. I was playing Sova. That's the difference, Nem. We actually had a good Sova for once. Alright, photography club. We can make an appearance at the photography club later. I think in order to do that, we have to leave the school and come back. Like, we have to transition out of the area. You were in a game, you talking crap about me playing on console? No, Aquila was saying something about, the thing that really annoys him about Apex is when the mouse cursor disappears when he's trying to loot something. And I said, well, Ace doesn't really have that problem because you play on PS4. And then Aquila was talking shit about you playing on console. So yeah, I guess somebody was talking crap about you playing on console. Wasn't me though. Wouldn't be me. Never me. A bag inbox rosevine for you. Oh no.
Toribe.
Yagami-san!
Why are you shouting? Tiger Sensei teaches social studies. Nope. What did he do in the hallway? He dropped a piece of paper. Up, it was a letter. It was a typed letter. I think it was probably blackmail. What threat was in it? Take a look for yourself. I've got it right here. Right. When I picked it up, I just ran off without thinking. Anyway, here's the letter. I know you're dating Mariko Machikawa, a third-year student. I have photographic proof. What a shameful thing to do, having an affair with your student while your wife and child wait for you at home. If you don't want to share this terrible shame with the entire world, come tonight to the second floor of the parking garage in South Sakura River Street. Bring 2 million yen. Come alone. No funny business. Or I'll have to tell my friends, the professor and the Neo Keigan, by the way, all about your disobedience. Dun dun dun. For your information, I play ranked until I hit gold and then I stop because solo queuing ranked is hell and none of the people I play with play ranked.
Yeah.
Which one was the game where we were playing against 5 duelists?
I'm really
was it
sorry.
that second one? Yeah, I think it was the second one.
Yagami-san.
You got 13 assists because they were constantly rushing into your gravity wells and smokes. I did see that. Yeah. It's just
Yagami-san.
Yeah.
it's just funny to me how they appreciate you. Yeah, you know, it's funny because I've been playing Brimstone for the past 6 months because nobody else wanted to play smokes and we needed a smoker. And where was my appreciation? Eh?
Huh?
Yeah.
All I get is constant shit.
Gotcha.
Let's find one that shows the blackmailer's face. Alright.
Better be careful here.
Yeah, the only problem is Nem is just wrong. Oh, and there's guys there as well. Okay, well, I can't go up that way. Maybe I can go through here and not get seen by this guy. Yeah, isn't it weird how the smoker gets shit because 3 people on one site can't hold it? Yeah, and the reason I have the op is because everybody else is shit with it. Turn around.
That's a good boy.
Oh, trust me, it's more of a throw if I have any other gun. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, if I'm supposed to throw a coin at that guy... I'm supposed to throw a coin at that guy. What am I supposed to do afterwards?
Be careful here.
Maybe I need to throw another smoke bomb as well. Okay, so apparently I'm able to do that the first time, but then the second time, the game's like, nah. I can't go around the stairs on the outside. There's people at the entrance. Like, there's people over there at the entrance. Or do you mean this side? Oh, that. Oh, I see what you mean. No, because there's a guy right there. He would see me.
Time out.
Yeah, I don't know. Skyrim guard level shit. Maybe I can throw the coin and then throw a smoke bomb.
That's a good boy.
That might be why they put a smoke bomb right there for me to pick up. Actually, they put one right there. Yeah, so I could like coin here. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, so you can't throw a coin and a smoke bomb. You have to pick one or the other.
All right, let's go.
I guess I should be able to smoke bomb him. He doesn't see nothing. The game didn't physically give me enough time to move. I could not have moved out of position there any quicker than I did. I guess I need to I guess I've got to wait for him to get a little bit closer. So that he turns right instead of looking directly at me. How far away from the car am I right here as well? Can we just talk about that? I'm not anywhere close.
That's a good boy.
He's at least a little bit closer to the car this side. Take down. Man, I'd love to see Platinum make a Yakuza game. I think that would be great. It would just be a Yakuza fighting game. None of the extra side content. All right, yeah. Let's try using a smoke bomb on him instead. Okay, smoke bomb on him seems like the way.
Take a nap, bud.
That's not where I was. Okay. I should just have used a smoke bomb on him from the start. The Saiga Sensei looks like he's waiting for someone. There's the blackmailer. Is that Hikawa, the former president of the photography club? He's the blackmailer? That can't be. Whatever the case, I need to snap a photo. Let's capture Hikawa's delinquency without being noticed. Okay. Who are these two guys? Okay, in your own time. I'm also not sure how this is showing Hikawa's face, but I'll take it. Now. Yeah, I don't know how that's showing Hikawa's face, but apparently it is. It's time to get out of here. No way. Master Hikawa? Question him later. I don't believe it. I know how you feel, but I'm gonna question him. Oh, where are you going? Where did that guy in the background appear from? No, it's not that they're wearing a hoodie that they're bad. It's just the fact that you could not see his face.
Master!
Whatsoever. Oh,
Master!
Why would you blackmail Saiga Sensei? What are you talking about? Yeah, that's right. This is... Why would you do it?
Hey.
You only told us not to pursue the professor to cover your own ass, didn't you? Are you Yagami? Koga-san told me all about you. I hear you're sticking your nose pretty deep into our business.
No way.
So out of the 2 million being extorted, how much are you guys going to take as your cut? Who knows? But it shouldn't matter to you since I'm about to cave your skull in. Alright. Swinging back fist. Oh, actually, hang on. Come over here. I want to see if I can throw him off the edge. See ya. Just say unsavory men. Yeah, they're much more of a fan of sweet popcorn. Whereas I, weirdly, alright, okay, people think this is weird. I don't think it's that weird. I'm a salty popcorn kind of guy. But that's just me, apparently.
Hey.
I don't know about salty and butter. Just
In other words,
whenever I used to go and see films at the cinema, I would always get salty popcorn. I don't know, it's just something about sweet popcorn that I'm just kind of like, eh.
Huh?
I see.
Man, I'm actually really curious as to who the professor actually is. I think it's Itakura, but
Master.
I don't know about that. Boom, 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 boom. Itakura is the girl who wasn't going to school anymore, and we forced her to go to school by joining the MRC. And she's also the one who's helping out in the robotics club at the moment. Yeah, I actually think it's her. I don't know why I think it's her, but I've just got a feeling. I didn't answer you. What was the question?
Master.
Oof. My crypto is holding steady at £28.15. How is Bitcoin down 5% in the last 24 hours? How does that happen? You seem surprised at Pratt being cast as Mario, so I asked you and chat, who would your ideal Mario be cast?
Excuse me.
I mean, probably the guy who's been voicing Mario for like the last 20 years, maybe. That would probably make more sense. Who would I cast as Luigi? Probably the guy who's been voicing Luigi for the last 20 years.
Yagami-san.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's not going to attract anyone. They have a big name.
Yeah.
Mario. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? It's not like a Scarlett Johansson in Ghost in the Shell kind of deal. This is Mario we're talking about. This isn't Ghost in the Shell. This isn't like niche anime bullshit, alright? This is fucking Mario.
Toribe.
Hmm?
They're not just gonna cast some guy nobody knows.
Huh?
Well, the problem with that is it's an animated movie. Who cares? Like when it comes to voice work, I personally don't care as long as they do a good job, right? Like we obviously can't make any judgments just yet as to whether Chris Pratt is going to do a good job or not. My first instinct would have been to hire the guy who's been voicing Mario already. Right? If Chris Pratt does a good job, then he's fine. Right? People will still complain. I wouldn't have any complaints as long as it's good. I mean, I'm not going to watch the film, so I don't give a shit. But generally, when it comes to voice acting stuff, it's the same as any casting decision, right? As long as the person who they're casting does a good job, who fucking cares who it is? At least that's always been my take on it. Obviously, I probably wouldn't do very well in Hollywood. I probably wouldn't make much money. Robbie Williams as Mario? Wait, Robbie or Robin?
Hey.
Those are two very different people. Okay, Robin Williams. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Robbie Williams is a very different person. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. India, that guy might end up being a bigger deal than we expect. These philosophical artist types. I should have gone one last photo with him. This is the professor. I'll tell you, I'm stuck on the fact that the professor contacted Kawa directly. Does the professor not contact the users on his site very often? He doesn't. I think this was a pretty rare situation. Maybe he just thought he'd benefit from talking to Hikawa. Hard to say. Rebe, what are you doing here? Ifei Takura-san. Still haven't captured her smile in a photograph. Move on. However, thanks to Yagami, I've learned that it's imperative for a photographer to have patience and persistence. Why don't you just smile for her? Run away! Yeah, Robbie Williams is the singer. That is true. Robbie Williams would think he would do a better job. Somehow. Alright. So, that is Photography Club completed. We've done all of the missions for the photography club as well. Okay, so the only things I can do, I can't do dance club because I don't have enough appeal. I can't do the biker gang because it's not night. This says that I need to advance some other story first. So we'll see. Boxing gym I can go and do. Yeah, I guess boxing gym is the only one that I can do right now. But before we do that, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And then I'm going to go get myself something to eat. And I will be back in a few minutes. And then we'll go do some more boxing stuff. Maybe I'll try and beat Dural again. You're going to be going in a few as well. All right, Andorina. I'll see you later. What am I getting? I am going to be getting... Same thing as always. It's not the weekend yet, so I can't really branch out much on my lunches. I'm going to be getting... couple more snack bars. A double chocolate one and a salty caramel snack bar. They're actually pretty nice. I actually really like them. I've been eating them for like the last 3.5 years, so they must be doing something right. But yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. I will see you guys in a bit. I'm back. £12 to subscribe to Spectator for 3 months, 6 months of the Telegraph, and a £20 Amazon voucher. Huh. So you can get a £20 Amazon voucher for 12 quid. That's not bad. Actually, yeah, I think I remember you saying something like that was a promotion that they were doing a couple of years ago, right? How do they... Is it one of those things where you don't actually get the voucher until like the end of the 3-month period, or... Ooh, whoops. Oh, I'm going into Bar Rodriguez, please. Oh, you actually get it right away. Oh, damn.
No.
Can you wait for me? Nope, not in the least. I haven't been back to Japan in a while. I was just enjoying the solitude. So, alright. I'm probably not going to voice this either because I'm going to have a mouthful of food.
Hey.
Then he killed a man. I honestly don't think I'm ever going to beat that Kenya guy. I mean, I probably will eventually, but...
Yes.
It just seems so strong.
Yes. Huh.
I still find boxing super, like, boring. Even to watch. Even that boxing that you and me watched, Aquila. Still so boring to watch. There's a big fight tomorrow. Anthony Joshua versus Usyk.
Oh.
I see. What time's that one?
Yes. See you later.
Hmm.
Nah.
Huh.
What's in the UK? Oh, I see. Are you going to be watching it?
Hey.
Huh.
Yeah, he was a natural until he got into the ring with Kenya, and then he never set foot in the ring again.
I see. But
Well, that bums me out.
Have I beaten Kenya yet? No. According to my phone, I'm only 37% of the way through the Boxer storyline. I think I think I've got a while to go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Kenya's going to be the last fight, so.
Hey!
I see.
Alright. Oh, my guts is getting up there. I still need to find a way to increase my appeal. Oh, the tap out. And the jump over kick to the back of the head. I think I got absolutely destroyed. Alright. Appeal. Robotics club I can't do. Oh, I actually can't do the gym anymore. Oh my god. I think it is that time. I am actually not able to increase any more school club activities. And it looks like I actually have to do some main story. Just gonna order everything on this menu.
Starving.
Get ourselves a premium malts draft, an oolong tea, a red wine, some pickles, some shrimp karage, some crunchy fried chicken skin, some spicy beef soup, some edamame, some chikuwa isobayagi, maybe is how you say that. What the hell is a pasta stick? Potato
Now we're
wedges.
talking. Pretty tasty. Thanks.
Okay, so what was the name of this place? I've done Charles. I guess this is the Harbour Light. Yeah, it's the Harbour Light. Is Divine Water... I think Divine Water is the one that gets rid of my... Which one's... one of these gets rid of my drunken state, but I don't know which one.
いらっしゃいませ。
Get a daiquiri, shall we?
I'm starting to feel it. Pretty tasty. Thanks.
ありがとうござい。
Now I am wasted. This taxi driver should not let me in this cab. Actually, I'm not even going to go in the cab. We've got Oh my god, I am all over the place. Oh, I was trying to throw him into the car.
Really, guys?
Oh. Okay. I was kind of hoping there was a squirrel over here. Squirrel. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Getting on the skateboard when you're drunk, not a good idea. The chatter about hearing Arachnid Man's groans are around here, I think. I just need to figure out what's up with the groans coming from above. Looks like the gadgets Tsukumo gave me will come in handy.
There it is. I can hear it.
I'm gonna fall. Oh, what the? That came from somewhere above me. Oh, what's that? This is the Arachnid Man? Okay, that's fine. Is that a person? Yeah, if I'm about to fall, I can't hold on. Not good. I need to help him now. Bow, bow, bow. Here we go. Bit of hardcore parkour. How do I start the parkour again? I can't remember. There we go. Can I make it? Hey, you okay? Who are you? Why are you here? I saw you from below. I came to help you. I'm saved. How did I ever let my hand slip? Wow, thank you so much. Come on, what's all the commotion? What's going on?
Please.
Oh, are you a resident here? Listen, could you call for help? Don't tell me. You're the Arachnid Man? Wait, but there are two of you. Oh no, I'm gonna fall.
Excuse me.
It's a bit dangerous out here, so would you mind if we come inside? Can you just pull him up, Yagami? Come on. Yeah, that was close. Thanks for letting us in, ma'am. The hell? Why are you two out there so high up? I'm Takayuki Yagami, a detective. A detective? Yep. Yes, you see, as I was walking along, I saw this person was about to fall and... Okay. My apologies for causing a scene. My name is Shintaro Tamai. And I'm Yutari Okachimachi. Okachimachi? Okay.
Either way.
Wow, Tamai-san, what in the world were you doing out there? Oh, well, that would be... Actually, I was bird watching on the roof and I just took a wrong step. Hmm? You were bird watching? Oh. Yeah, because the thing is, I heard there was a rare bird living around here. A rare bird, huh? Which one would that be? A swallow? Huh? Swallow? Ah. Ah, ah. So you think swallows are common? Well, I'll have you know, it's a white one that spawned from a spontaneous mutation. I found someone talking about it on social media, so I came here right away. The Interactive Man does bird watching? Something's off about this. Swallows shouldn't be here this season? Yes. Man, that's weird. Swallows are migratory birds. Shouldn't they be overseas right now to pass the winter? Huh? Yeah, look, it says right here on DuckDuckGo. Granted, this is from the internet, but the swallows who pass the winter in Japan are usually in the western regions. Seems like they'd be pretty rare here in the Kanto region. Yes, that's right. They're very rare here, which is exactly why I wanted to see one.
Huh.
Okay, I see. You a resident? You're not, are you? Just a minute ago, you said something about... you said someone was talking about this bird on social media, so you ran over here. Oh, very impressive, Mr. Detective. You're a sharp one. This apartment has an auto lock, so how did you get in? Well, that's... And the door to the roof is locked most of the time, and yet you managed to get up there? Well, that's because I did the same as you, Mr. Detective. I climbed up the wall of the apartment. You climbed up just to do some bird watching. Yeah, I love birds so much. Just so much. So that arachnid man everyone's talking about, is that you? Yes, it does seem there are lots of rumors about me. I just want to birdwatch from high places, but none of the buildings in the city allow non-residents inside. That's why I've been climbing the walls recently. Wait, so the birdwatching thing was actually true? So-called arachnid man was just a nerdy bird lover. Still doesn't make any sense. Pretty suspicious. You didn't think to yell and get help from the residents inside? What? Yeah, I guess I could have done that. I didn't think of that. Really suspicious. Even though this is fishy as hell, it's not like I have any evidence. If I don't have evidence, I should back down. But at times like these, it sometimes helps to just observe for a while. And what are we observing?
Suspicious.
Ah! Oh, what's this? Based on the shape, that's women's underwear. That means... Can I ask you something? Oh, was there something else, Mr. Detective? What's that in your back pocket there? Ah, well, that's...
This is,
I know what they are. Those are panties. Gah. Ooh, those... Could those be yours, Okachimachi-san? I knew some of my best panties had gone missing.
I see.
So it appears you fell when you were stealing panties. Anyway, I'm calling the police. You asshole, not so fast. I'm gonna be the next Professor Panty, and I won't be caught here by the likes of you.
No way.
Fine, no choice but to use force then. Oh, God. $30K just for beating the arachnid man? That's pretty good. Ah, damn it. I was going to be the next Professor Panty. I know all about Professor Panty. I caught him myself. Ah, what? You took him down? Oh, that guy. That's right. He was part of that trio. It was Professor Panty. It was Ass Ketchum. And there was a third one as well. I think he was like an exhibitionist or something. Even when I had him cornered, that pervert didn't even try to hide his creepiness. In fact, he was proud. He even brandished the damn panties at me, asking me if I wanted to partake of the banquet with him. He was brave to the end. Honestly, you pale in comparison to Professor Panty. You'll never measure up to him. Ugh. Come on, let's go. Excuse me. Thank you for getting that panty piece. Oh, I'm just happy to help. You said you were a detective, right? Yes, I typically work around Kamurocho, but lately I've been taking on work around Ijincho too. Currently working out of a detective agency called Yokohama 99. Feel free to contact me if you're ever in trouble, okay? Yeah, so you're going around helping people while also promoting your business. Smart. I get it. Well, next time there's someone I know in trouble, I'll make sure they find their way to you. Great, thanks. You, another case closed for now. Another panty piece case, no less. Okay, it wants me to go back to Yokohama 99. The sliding knee!
And stay down.
Oh, that's a broken back. That man's dead. And this guy. That's not the one I meant to do, but... I don't think I learned the I don't think I've learned the skill yet that I wanted to do right there. Oh, I got myself a scorpion. Oh, I'm still kind of drunk. Oh, it turns out that if you're drunk, you can fall off as well. Oh. I was trying to get that. So what is Buzz Searcher? 20% off pancakes at Pocket Cafe. Everybody likes pancakes, apparently. Man, there's so many to look through. Come on, Tsukumo, let me in.
Yagamishi, how was your first outing?
Oh my god,
Not
voice
bad.
acting,
I
finally.
handled the problem and name-dropped you guys, so all in a day's work.
Awesome. Sounds like the system's working gangbusters. By the way, if you'd like a little pro tip, you can enter keywords on your own, independent of any post.
Why would I do that?
Say you pick up a rumor in town or hear someone drop a dubious phrase. Putting that into our keyword database will help refine the results algorithm. And thus, the program becomes more effective. In layman's terms, the more you enter new data, the more my program can learn.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So this thing can hone its street smarts along with me.
Correct. Do make use of the system often if you could.
Keywords used in the keyword filter can be acquired from conversations with people in the city and chatter posts. Upon discovering a searchable keyword, keyword acquired will pop up. Try opening up Buzz Researcher and using the keyword filter.
I know this is a lot, but one last thing. We've also got a bulletin board for case requests. A good number of them are somewhat beyond our current capacity. So if you ever feel like it, maybe you can pick them up.
Hey, never hurts to have more income. I'll take a look sometime.
Detective's bread and butter. Side cases earn you money, SP, and items in exchange for investigating someone's problem. You can accept new side cases by checking the bulletin boards at the Yagami Detective Agency and Yokohama 99. New side cases may also open up unexpectedly as you explore the city. Excellent. Oh, it's night now. Excellent. Oh, here we go. Have you heard of the phantom ramen stall that suddenly appears on the late-night streets of Yokohama? I'm a ramen researcher who has traveled across the globe, slurping many a delicious noodle. I have yet to eat at a phantom stall. They say the ramen there has a captivating flavor that can't be found anywhere else, and is made with a forbidden broth. As such, I've decided to eat the ramen there no matter what. Will you help me find the phantom stall? I'll be waiting for you at Mengwu. 100,000 yen? Okay. Buzz. Oh, maybe... Ah, here we go. What is this? Body model? Body model in the science room has been moving. I admit it makes for a decent scare for high schoolers. A lot of people are talking about it at once. Kind of unusual. Okay, the body model walks at night. That's not the quest I was taking. It's time to check the job center website. He wants to level up to become a ramen tour. Oh my God. Oh, we actually have a new club that we can join. And it looks like... we may be able to do something else as well. Get rid of a Ractin man. Saga continues. Ryan's rival appears. It is I, Ryan Acosta, Shinobi Sensation from the Shadows. Oh, that guy. Maybe excited to discover that I've opened up a dojo in Kamurocho. However, a rival dojo opened up soon after and began poaching my students left and right. I've activated my chameleon camouflage technique. Be on sharp lookout. Alright. There's a side quest there. There's 2 side quests over there. Oh my God, there's side cases everywhere. However... Alright, where does the game want me to go? The game wants me to go there. Okay, luckily there's nothing close. So what we're going to do instead is... we're going to go do more school stuff. Because of course we are.
Yagami-san.
Oh, hi Yagami-san. So you're going undercover as a bike gangbanger. Sounds heavy. I imagine you have it hard too, Kento. Hamasawa seems to overdo it when there's an incident. Yeah, I guess so, but that's fine by me. Whenever my sister chases a mystery, that's when she looks like she's having the most fun. She was looking like she might die from boredom before, but she got her mojo back when she started to pursue the professor incident. You really do care about your sister, huh? She does make it difficult sometimes, but yeah. Oh, here's the key to the bike. It's not a bike, it's a moped. Oh, thanks. Also, take this. My sister gave it to me. What is it? Your outfit for infiltrating the motorcycle gang. It's one of those cool jumpsuits. I really have to wear this? No, you gotta look like one of them. No way you can do it without the outfit.
Are you serious?
It's getting worse and worse. Come on, Yagami-san, why don't you go change in that bathroom? I'll keep watch on the motorcycle.
No way.
Alright. I look like a badass. Apparently. Hey, stop laughing. That really suits you, Yagami-san.
This is,
Does it? No. Oh, it's too good. It's like you jumped out of a Showa-era manga. Yeah, laugh it up. You'll definitely do okay with that outfit. They'll think you're a gang member, 100%. Well, I guess I'll go show my face then. Okay, I've got other things to do, so I gotta go too. Made in heaven, huh? Let's see how this goes. On my little moped. Wait, is that guy in the purple from... No, that was a dragon cart thing, wasn't it? Alright, never mind. Who is that? You know that guy? Nah, no clue. You a new recruit? Yeah, first day. What a coincidence. We're all new too. I guess that means we're friends.
Yeah.
Friends? Yeah, I guess
name's
so.
Karuta Asama.
I'm Koichiro Haruna.
It's me.
It's me. Yuki Yagami, nice to meet you. Hey, you're doing it wrong. It goes like this.
Ride or die!
What is this? Okay. Now we do it together. Huh? I have to do this? It'll be too suspicious if I don't.
Ride or die!
Ride or die! Nice to meet you. This is what real bikers do, don't you think? Yeah. Yagamichi. Yagamichi?
Yagamichi.
Come on, it's time for the meeting. Let's go. Our rep Suo-san is here today. Makes me kind of nervous. Suo's already here. This is moving right along then. I need to see what kind of guy he is. I'm riding a moped and I have a helmet. This is not going to go well. Oh, holy shit, there's loads of them. Incredible. Made in Heaven is this big? Yeah, I mean, it's 3 Ijincho gangs put together after all. 3 gangs? What do you mean?
Yagamichi!
The Made in Heaven was founded a few years ago. A guy named Reiji Murasaki used to be the leader.
So that's...
He was the group's first rep, a legendary hero among all delinquents. He used his influence to merge the 3 Yokohama street racing gangs into one, a real rock star. Wow, he was that amazing, huh? But then about a year ago, Reiji-san died in an accident. And without his leadership, Made in Heaven split back into 3 groups. I'm confused, you just said it was 1. What happened?
Off the rails!
Luckily, Suo-san came on the scene and got them all back together. He pulled that off, even as a new rep?
Yeah!
That's right. Some say Suo-san is the second coming of Reiji Murasaki. So it was more interesting than I thought. How can a guy who was once on a disciplinary committee end up like that? It's a good question.
But anyway.
I believe he's referring to a side mission Kasuga did in 7. That's what I thought as well. The whole thing just seems kind of familiar. Listen, Yagamichi, we're all unified now, even though technically 3 factions still exist. There's Bakuon Rairia, then there's the Raging Angels, and of course the main faction, Made in Heaven.
Does that mean
factions, huh? Is there much competition between them?
Yeah.
Not anymore, although each of the 3 groups sees things very differently. They coexist because there is one thing they agree on. Whoever rules the road writes the rules. That was handed down from Reiji-san. Suo-san resurrected it, and that's how he keeps the team in check. Saying Suo became the group's rep overnight thanks to a single rule?
Yeah.
Right. You could use the guy as a summon back in 7. Hang on, let me have a look. Is it who I'm thinking of? I don't know. Which one is it, though? Oh, that's why it looked familiar. Because that guy was also wearing purple. Yeah, it's Taka the Striker. Oh, I don't think it is referencing that. He's a member of the Purple Kaisers. But yeah, this is the sub-story that I was thinking of when I started this as well. In a death race where he could have used attacks, he snatched victory from the second rep using only speed. I've heard the way Suo-san rides is exactly how the legendary Reiji Murasaki used to.
I see.
Whoever rules the road writes the rules. I'll have to keep that in mind.
But anyway.
Well, don't let your guard down, Yagamichi. Not everyone thinks it's a golden rule like we do. Like Ghost and his followers. Oh, here we go. Ghost. He's a real mysterious dude who keeps his face hidden under a helmet. Nobody even knows who he is. Ghost isn't really about racing. He thinks beatings are the way to control a team. A lot of the time he's fighting with Suo-san and the other officers. His group may not have the numbers, but they have the raw brutality.
Ghost-san.
You guys must be the new blood.
Yes, sir!
Ever heard, whoever rules the road writes the rules? It's been our mantra ever since day one.
I've heard it. Just now.
But if you really want to show dominance, inflict some fear and pain, just like the beast inside craves.
What?
You get me?
No. No, I do not.
Seems our first rep, our leader, forgot to factor human nature into the equation. Because out there on the streets, the only language outlaws speak is violence. But I'm sure you clowns must know that.
Yeah!
And you? Now that's strange. I heard there were only 2 recruits.
Really? Nobody told me.
Who got you in?
Oh, well, that's the thing.
Uh-oh.
Can't answer, huh? Hey!
What the hell?
I'm thinking he's an undercover agent. Interrogate him. Find out for sure.
Yes, sir!
Hey, wait! This is all just a misunderstanding.
Yagamiti!
Hey! Anyone know this shit for brains? One of you invite him? No?
Come on, somebody back me up.
Oh, it's a bad look if not a single vet can vouch for you. Makes it seem like you're hiding a badge. Flay this pig alive until he squeals.
Yeah! Hey, stop that shit right now! Ghost, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Something about this guy stinks. He won't even say who let him in.
Did you forget our code? You don't lay hands on civilians.
But we don't know who this shady bastard is or why he's here. We can't risk him being a lawman.
That's not the point I'm making here.
You know, Ghost, for a man who wears a mask, shouldn't you be giving me the benefit of the doubt?
Huh?
It's true, no one here knows your identity, right? Because you're always hiding your face? So isn't it just as likely you could be working undercover?
What was that?
Accuse me of being shady all you want, but when you do it anonymously, it kind of weakens your argument, don't you think?
You realize who you're talking to? Your ass is about to get beat! Enough!
This guy's really something.
Sure-son!
He must have a steel sack to speak up in his position. I'm almost impressed.
Sure-son! This guy just shat on our boss! We'd set a bad example if we just do nothing!
Konosugi, how do you know which one of you is right?
Between me and him?
It's not for us to decide. There's a system for determining what's right, and it's quite simple. Whoever rules the road writes the rules.
This guy's supposed to be a high school student?
That's made in Heaven's sacred code, our foundation and mandate of justice. So I don't care if it's a cute idea or the Constitution. Any other rule can eat shit. Remember, our code is king. Everything else is for the peasants.
I believe that's really how he thinks.
You got that, Konosugi? You want to talk big? Then obey. And if you don't like it, settle your issues with a race.
Race? You don't mean...
Huh. A death race. You'll have to put your life on the line.
Okay.
What part of this has to do with me?
We're gonna figure out how to deal with you our own way. If you beat Kanasugi in a race, you're free. If you lose, Kanasugi decides your fate.
Well, no, he's a high
So
school
all I have
student.
to do is win, huh?
We know that
The code
already.
really is simple.
Not to mention, it's fair.
Hey, Suo, if I'm a free man after I win, does that mean I can join Made in Heaven?
Of course. No matter who you are, no one can complain if you win.
Sure about this, man? You really might be a cop.
Doesn't matter. Code must be upheld.
On my tiny little moped.
Amigos.
Once your opponents fuck them up all you want. You think a rookie like you can win on skill alone? Better bring a bat or a knife or something. Put your life on the line against the factions of a biker gang. Each course requires a certain number of laps and the winner is first across the finish line. The race will start with your opponent ahead of you. Before you can race against the gang's leader, you need to defeat all of their subordinates. Take them out by ramming them and using boosts. Once you've beaten them all, the race against the leader will start. The finish line is set at the start of the race. Get ahead of the leader on this lap and cross the finish line first to win. The leader will try to obstruct you in some pretty unique ways.
Yeah.
Alright. But then when this whole thing is over. Alright, what are the controls though? Okay, change lanes by tilting left and right, accelerate with R2, brake with L2. Can use a boost of speed. Gain a burst of speed by boosting when the gauge is full. Try charging up the boost gauge by drifting or by popping a wheelie. Oh, I'm playing Burnout now. When boosting, you can ram into other bikers to take them out. Try taking out a biker with your boost. Defeat bikers by ramming into them. Press square, tilted either side to ram. Guard against bikers' attacks with L1 or R1. Be aware that if you keep guarding, you'll slow down. Excuse me. You can do the following at the garage. Use your money to buy parts and customize your ride. Change your ride once you have multiple options. Head out for a practice ride with no bosses. Start the next death race, only at night. Alright, from here on out is a death race against the leader. Get to the finish line before they do. See ya. Whoa. that a rocket launcher? Yeah, got him. Man, this is gonna be a tough mini game, I think. Ooh, this gets my appeal up by quite a lot, though.
Ha!
All right. Give me your bike.
Hey, not bad.
You beat Kanasugi, not too shabby. What's your name? Yagami. Yagami, I remember that. I beat him, so you gotta keep your word. The rule is absolute, right?
The rule is absolute.
You all better remember this Yagami guy. As of today, he's a member of Made in Heaven. Hey. Working, just like Suo thought. Whoever rules the road writes the rules. And logically, that means if I beat Suo in a race, even he would have to listen to me. Then I could ask him what I really need to ask. I could even ask to disband the motorcycle gang.
Hey.
Hey, Suo-san.
What?
Well, I want to race you. What have I got to do for that? Oh, it's not that easy. I may be willing to acknowledge you, but you're still small time. I don't race small time, guys. First of all, you need to beat the 3 leaders, and they're all almost as fast as I am. I mean, the leaders of Bakumon Ryu and Raging Angels, and then Ghost Faction.
If I have this right.
If I beat them first, you'll race me? Yeah, you have my word. Great, this could take a while. I should probably keep my true goal of dismantling the entire gang a secret for now. Yeah, probably. Oh my god, look at that appeal gain. Ah, damn.
Yagamichi!
That was amazing.
Awesome!
Hell yeah, when Ghost set his sights on you, I thought you were a goner. Yeah, I almost pissed myself when I saw that. Alright, in celebration of Yagamichi joining Made in Heaven, you want to do that thing again?
Yeah.
Again? Sure.
Yoroshiku.
Why though? Hey, Yagamichi.
Yagami-san.
Great work out there, Yagami-san. Looks like you really fit in, even with some pretty edgy types. Hey, you're observant. That outfit really suits you. Oh, shut up.
By the way.
Anyway, Amasawa, what should I do about this motorcycle? There's no place to park it. Oh, that. There's a garage my father rents nearby. I'll take you there now. Okay. A garage. Well, you know, a garage. Is this it? Yes. Wow, it's kind of fancy. My father said I could use it whenever. It's generous of him. Oh, it's just cheap property he keeps leasing. And on that note, he sends his regards. You can leave the bike here and it'll get fixed up. Nice, I'm going to take advantage of that, I think. Right, customize, practice, death race, change ride. Yeah. Okay. Do I have any other rides? I do not. Oh, I can spend some money to upgrade. Oh my god. Alright, well the horn doesn't affect anything, so... Oh no, it issues forth a mighty sound to overpower your enemies. Decals. Hell yeah. Family Speed Gang. Not a big fan of decals. Okay, so the seat increases handling and durability and overall performance. I am actually going to spend some money upgrading this thing. Look at this thing. This thing is insane. Alright, let's try the next death race, I guess.
Yagamichi!
You got a race tonight, Yagamichi? Of course, I want to get through them and race the rep. Man, Yagamichi, you're such a speedster now. Speaking of speed, Bakuman Ray is supposed to be here today. That's one of the factions, right? What sort of guys are they? Well, there's Junpei Hanasaki-san, aka Bomber. He's that group's leader, and well, he's totally insane. Insane how, and why Bomber? Because whenever he rides, he throws bombs.
No way.
Wait, what? Really? Bombs? You know this is Japan, right? Well, they're technically fireworks, not bombs. He's the son of a fireworks maker who's been in the biz since the Edo era. In every single race, he pops off these wild explosives. Glad it's not bombs, but fireworks doesn't sound a lot better. I wonder which one's Bomber. It's Bakuman Radio. Them, huh?
Hey, come on!
Hey, which guy got special treatment from the rep to join? That's me. You, damn, you sure got a set of cold dark eyes, man. Eyes of a killer. You are?
name's Matatabi, one of Bomber's 4 kings!
Unbelievable.
Matatabi-san. What, you know him? Yeah, of course. Matatabi-san was born to be a biker. Even the real badass misfit kids would shut the hell up when he came around. I heard his first word wasn't mama or dada, it was wild.
That shook my shit up!
Well, that's got me nervous. So my first contestant is a dangerous one, huh? What was your name? Yagami? Hanasaki-kun said I could take care of you today. I'll see what you can really do on the road. Okay. Okay.
Just like that!
Let's roll.
Oh, okay, so grenade launcher, he's launching it behind. Wait, did I not get that guy? What? He's so far ahead. Oh no. Ooh. Okay, so it looks like I can yeah, it looks like I can save up to 3 boosts. Nailed it. No friggin' way. Where's the Garfield kart minigame? I know, right? Every game needs a Garfield kart minigame. So my guts went up, but not my appeal this time.
Whoa! Now what?
That's a shame.
I heard from Suo we got ourselves a real smartass on board.
Oh, I guess this is Bomber.
Guess that's you.
Oh, shoot. That's Bomber-san!
So this guy's the leader of the Bakuon Rairi.
Damn straight! The name's Junpei Hanasaki, and don't you forget it! Now feel the heat of the street's ticking time bomb! Oh! Boom! You like it when shit blows up in your face? Anyway,
Weird.
I figured I'd mosey on over and check out the new guy. Yagami, was it? You think you could take me?
Yeah, I need to beat you to get the Suo.
Well, tough titty, because it ain't that simple. See, I'm the type of fire starter who likes to put on a show. And if it's a death race we're talking, I only take on challengers who can give me some entertainment.
Entertainment?
So, every time Bomber-san races, his crew sets off hundreds of fireworks. Ones they craft traditionally by hand.
Oh,
His
yeah.
claim to fame is leaving his opponents bewildered as he speeds past them with lights and explosions. But he'll only accept opponents who can give him a real challenge. Otherwise, it'd be a waste of time and effort.
Yeah, what he said. Now allow me to burn that into your memory! Ah, damn, that's hot.
It burns! Ah, my eyes!
So you won't race just anybody. But if I take down your crew, will that prove I'm good enough?
Mayhaps.
Apparently there's a Cowboy
You really
Bebop
think you can take
movie
the heat,
trailer
huh?
coming out tomorrow.
Just watch. You'll be in the hot seat soon enough.
Well, you've got my blood boiling.
That should be interesting. Is that a good thing? No idea.
Excuse me?
How's this? You just recently joined Made in Heaven. And there's something I wanted to ask you. Do you have a moment? How does he know I joined? Is he a cop? No need to be alarmed. I'm not a cop. At least not anymore.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Kotaro Sayama. I'm with a biker gang prevention group. That is not how his name was spelled in that subtitle. Biker gang prevention group? Yes, we're volunteers. We try to reform at-risk youths who participate in reckless motorcycling. Before I joined, I worked in the traffic division of the Kanagawa Police Department.
Pleasure's all mine.
I'm Otsuki, the deputy representative and member of the prefectural assembly.
Excuse me.
What can I do for you today? There was something I wanted to tell you about Made in Heaven. Instead of standing here and talking, why don't we go to a cafe? If you can spare the time.
Please.
Sure.
Apologies.
Hey, there's a squirrel. What cafe am I in? Sorry for just showing up out of the blue. How'd you know I joined Made in Heaven? I heard about you from Asuma and the others. I knew I had to come meet you.
Does that mean
you're in contact with those guys? Yeah, the biker gang prevention group regularly makes contact with the youths in those gangs. It's one of our main activities. We learned about this group when we talked to Asuma and Haruna the other day. That explains it. Asuma said there was an incredibly skilled guy named Yagami who had joined them. When I heard that, I realized something. You're acting with the same intentions as we are. Based on your reaction, I think I must be correct. Well, who can say? So you're still not going to show your cards. A biker gang prevention group? Don't know if I can trust them. Okay, well, first off, could you tell me what sort of things your group actually does?
Oh, yes.
Yes, of course. This is a good opportunity. I should get some information out of him. Alright, are you familiar with Made in Heaven? Yes, we've known about them for some time. 2 years, actually. Both the traffic division, where I worked, and the youth division of the Kanagawa Police, we all started watching them. That's a long time. Yes, and by the way, do you know about the first representative, Reiji Murasaki?
Yep.
I've heard the name. Supposedly he started the group. And it sounds... Okay. Can anyone tell me what's wrong with this subtitle? Fuming. Fuming.
Yes.
Amd. Now he's a legend among the delinquent youth. Good old Murasaki. During my time in traffic, I faced off against him often, and I could see he had all the charisma he needed to recruit lots of kids. Some worshipped the guy, others hated him, but the one thing nobody could do was ignore him. Nobody could stay neutral, especially troubled teens. You know what they say, the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. And yeah, with his larger-than-life personality, we either loved him or hated him. Eventually, he died in an accident, right? Yes, about a year ago. It was on some patrols from the traffic division were chasing him. He died instantly. It's too bad. After that, his good friend Masaru Katsuka became the second rep of Made in Heaven. This is him. I saw that guy at the gathering. He was the one who told off all those underlings who thought they'd teach me a lesson. Those who didn't get along with Atsuka left, until eventually Made in Heaven was split into 3 factions. Reiji Murasaki's charisma had always been the only glue holding it all together.
Yagami-san!
Okay, tell me, what do you think of these wild youths really want from us adults? What do they want from us? I believe that deep down they're not true rebels, they're just tired of adults who don't pay attention to them. You think it's an attention grab? Adolescent boys and girls more or less believe that adults just don't get them. That's why they act out and make a scene to get the grown-ups' attention. Motorcycle gangs are just the latest example of this.
From what I know.
They wear flashy clothes, kick up a ruckus. I think that's all because they just want people to see them.
I see.
Maybe you're right. That's why we have to face this problem. These kids are crying out for us to care about them. That's why I really don't want to reject them without giving them a chance. So I'm going to open a dialogue.
They're too soft.
Personally, I think Sayam is too much of an optimist. The bikers are all idiots. There's no way to reason with them. We need to get tough. If the police can't get a handle on it, then we should. Okay. Cops never cracked down on Made in Heaven.
That's right.
Not since Reiji Murasaki died in the middle of a chase last year, the bastard. The public blamed the police for the death, and the traffic division was slammed with angry protests. So you backed off to avoid another incident and public scorn. Reiji's accident showed me a side of the force I had been blind to. It led me to turn in my badge and found the biker gang prevention group to get at the root of the problem and talk to these kids. A noble sentiment, but we're never going to get through to these fools. What makes you think you can? Some kids don't get it, no matter how much logic you use. Honestly, they just need a good ass beating. Atsuki, they're human beings. Sayama and Atsuki seem to have very different ideas about this.
By the way,
there's this guy in Made in Heaven I'm curious about. His name is Ghost. Oh, him. Now there's a problem, child, even compared to the other guys in Made in Heaven. He joined a bit randomly just a few months before Suo-kun became the leader. He's a damn good racer. Aside from Suo-kun, nobody can beat him. It seems dangerous, like he wants to control things through violence instead of racing. Yes, sadly, I think he sees violence as his ticket to rising through the ranks of the Jinsho underworld. Underworld? Where'd that come from? In Jinsho, there are some groups you really don't want to get tangled up with, like the Gomi Jewel and the Seryu clan. Best if they don't even know who you are. Yep, and a brush with the Neo-Keian gang is bound to get messy. Gamma, thank you very much for the talk. I learned a lot from this. Good, why don't we get going? Okay, so that's where the restaurant is. I know it was a sudden request. Thank you for talking to me. And thank you for giving me so much information. You intend to keep challenging Made in Heaven members in races? Yeah, until I can beat Yuma Suo. Oh, so that's your plan. Then I think I can guess what you're really after. Just leave that to your imagination. I'll talk with the traffic division and let them know I approve of all of your actions. Oh, why? I used to be the section chief, so I still have some influence in the division. If I ask them to turn a blind eye to your actions, you won't get arrested for violating any traffic laws. Really? You still have that much influence?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sure they'll agree. They haven't been successful in any of their efforts with Made in Heaven anyway. Can't thank you enough. That's a load off my shoulders. Alright, Yagami-san, please feel free to contact me anytime if there's trouble. Take care. Alright, hopefully it spawns me outside this cafe. This is where Sawa-sensei told me to go. Oh, what? What? It took me to the cafe that advanced the main story, and now I'm advancing the main story. Fuck's sake.
What's your problem?
Sawa-sensei, isn't it? Stereo High School, Class 2-2.
Yes?
Sir?
Take your break.
guys don't say much, do you? After this is over, you better start talking. Time to tell me what you know!
Show me what you got.
Let's go!
Did he throw something in my face? Wonder if I can do anything with this pole in the middle here. Nope.
Sir, are you okay? I hung up with the cops just now.
Really? Just now? You want to keep going?
Yo. Need a hand with these guys?
Huh?
How's this
Good
guy?
job holding them back on your own.
Dude.
You're not the only hero here.
I mean, where did you even come from?
I was watching from inside, man.
Okay. You shouldn't get involved.
Relax, fella. Allow me to show you how it's done.
Hey, hold on.
Listen up. I'm just gonna warn you. I'm a better fighter than this guy.
Huh?
Huh?
Fuck.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Right. Thanks for making them slink into the night before I could even ask who they were.
Huh?
Yeah, you idiot.
Can I help you?
I came here to meet someone. I'll just check upstairs real quick. Sensei, are you okay?
Are you?
Did someone get here before me?
I'm sorry. There's nothing I can say. I can't tell you anything you don't already know.
They got to her.
What happened up here? Did someone come to intimidate you? Someone who might be involved?
I couldn't make out who the woman was. She had sunglasses on.
What did she say to you?
The ultimate disguise.
That I need to stay away from this. The whole Mikoshiba-kun case. And then she said that you need to do the same.
Me too?
Yes.
And what if I were to refuse?
If you said no. Then she told me I should give you this picture.
Huh? This is Mikoshiba.
I'm so sorry, but I'm leaving.
Wait! I get it. At least let me walk you home.
Just stop! I don't want anything to do with this. If you come back to the school, I'd appreciate it if you would stop talking to me. There's nothing I can do to help you anymore.
Kaito's gonna be heartbroken. Quick search mode is used when examining pieces of evidence. The left side of the screen provides a complete view of the object being examined. The right side of the screen provides an enlarged view of the area as well as a cursor. This is where the evidence you can examine will appear. Press X while the cursor is over a particular area to examine it more closely. Examine your evidence thoroughly and satisfy each objective. In a pretty nice suit. Was he on his way to teach when he was abducted?
What the?
So much rubble. Where exactly is this? I don't recognize it. This corpse was the corpse was found in Ijincho, if I remember right. His hands tied behind his back. No way he could have escaped that.
Hey. What the? Hey.
It's got to be Hiro Mikoshiba after he got worked over. Guess he took a beating at some point. Yeah, I guess that's it. What was that? The woman who gave this to Sawa-sensei must be involved in some way with whoever killed Mikoshiba. Otherwise, she wouldn't have this picture. In that case, were those guys just now the ones who killed Mikoshiba? But why would they come after me when the police have already kicked off their own investigation and everything?
Still so many unanswered questions.
Evidence added. And we've just completely left this place in ruin.
That would be the white mask of the Yokohama Liumang.
I was about to say,
These
isn't
guys
that a
would break your
Liumang thing?
knees for the right price.
So they're just a bunch of thugs for hire?
Pretty much.
Well, anything else I can do for you?
I've earned something of a reputation here in this town. But you've got a face I haven't seen anywhere before. Why are these goons picking a fight with you? Got any ideas?
I've got a hunch, but I'm gonna keep it to myself.
A tightwad, huh? Didn't I just
How
bail
is this
your ass
guy?
out?
No, you didn't.
A handyman?
It's Kuwana. You got trouble here, I'm the one you call. I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty. I can handle shit the cops won't deal with either.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie. I hate this guy already.
Not exactly a service I'm in need of at the moment. Crossing that line is tough, and I prefer to do it myself.
Oh, really? And what line of work would that be?
I'm a private detective in Kamurocho. What is it now?
Some competition just showed up on my turf and made a scene, man. How would you feel if the situation was reversed? You wouldn't tolerate any disrespect, would you? So state your name, and then you say, sorry, Kuwana, I made a bit of a ruckus here.
Exactly how high up the food chain is a handyman in this town?
I'm just trying to teach you some manners.
People let you teach manners around here?
Oh, I'm
Can't
gonna
even
kick
exchange
your
cards right.
ass.
I see you know how to block a kick. So let's move on to the next part. Don't let me down now. Let's go.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I don't think Snake's gonna work very well against this guy.
Now that's fancy. How's this? Hey, what else you got?
Oh god, this guy's going to be the anti-Yagami of the game. Oh, that's right. It needs to be a dodge. I need to dodge and then press circle. I forgot about that.
Bring it on. Come get some.
You guys are really starting to piss me off. Yeah, just like that. Alright, just bear with me a sec. I need to eat some rice crackers. Thank you for your patience.
Bring it on.
Alright, more Ichiban rice crackers. Salty this time. Boom. Got him.
Better than I was expecting.
Right back at you. Give yourself a pat on the back.
Hey, you want to tone it down? Or you want another lesson?
I'm listening.
You don't know when to give up.
And this is where the cops show up.
Time's up, both of you. The cops are almost here.
Hey, Kaito.
What the? Sugiura-kun?
You know each other?
After we get out of here. Come on, let's use the back way.
Or only 1,500 for beating him.
Seriously? How do a couple of grown-ass men end up bickering like that?
I was just finishing what he started.
Yeah. And you can thank Sugiura-kun here that you're still standing.
How do you even know this guy?
Kawana-san's our senpai here in Ijincho. He's the local handyman. He's got tons of connections both above and below ground. So, definitely a higher tier of service than us.
Have you been working together?
No, but we did pay our respects before we opened our office. Bowed our heads, asked for his blessing, all that.
Unlike someone, Sugiura-kun knows his manners.
I don't work here.
Settle down. So, Todd, who were those idiots back there?
Kawana-san says they're a gang. The Yokohama Ryuma.
Specifically, Liumang assassins called the White Masks. They were surprisingly inept back there, though.
Maybe I was just really good.
They just didn't know who they crossed.
Exactly.
Hold up, assassins? Why would someone put a hit out on Yagami-san?
Maybe they were just out to scare you. I mean, I doubt even the Liumang would take someone out in public. They don't like crowds.
Whatever the case, can you find out who hired them? I prefer to know who wants me dead.
No can do. Even they don't know their clients. They get all their gigs piped in from the dark web. Good news is you can hire them yourself, too. Want me to hit them up for you?
No thanks. I'm good on the contract killing front.
Man, oh man. What kind of shit did you step in? If you're gonna make a mess in this town, I want in. Some things are better left to the locals. Especially when it starts turning gray.
Fine by me.
What is?
Having someone around who knows the ins and outs of Ijincho, man. Besides, don't you owe him for saving your ass from the White Masks?
He didn't save my ass.
Save my ass.
Pull the stick out, buddy. I can tell he's cool. Yo, wanna grab a drink?
He is not cool. Get him out.
Now here's a kindred spirit. You're on, but I'm getting round 2.
See? I knew you weren't half bad.
Wait, you don't mean now, do you?
You coming with, Doc?
Nah, not tonight. I'm heading back to the agency. Got a few things to sort out.
Your loss. As they say, always take what comes, never chase what leaves.
My thoughts exactly. Except maybe a little
Him
more
saying I'm good on the
fancy.
contract killing front is the most I've ever
It's like we're
believed the
already old
delivery.
friends.
Oh dear. Don't give me none of that lip. Please be reasonable. Possibly homeless man. What's going on? Wait, I know that guy. That's Iyama-san, that hermit from Kamurocho. Okay. Looks like he's in trouble. Better help him out.
Hey!
Was that a thing in Judgment? Am I thinking of a different game? But wasn't there an area in Kamurocho called like Dragon Towers or something? Is it that guy? He had like a pot, I think. I can't remember if that was Judgment or if that was one of the later Yakuzas. I seem to remember something called Dragon Tower, where there was a guy with a pot. Hey, back off the old man. Yagami-san. What? This guy your buddy or something? He's a friend from back home in Kamurocho, and if you intend on getting violent, won't just stand and watch. Who said anything about violence? This is merely a business negotiation. Oh, really? Yeah, see, Iyama-san here's got talent. His extracts are exquisite, first-class commodities, yet he sells them for way too cheap. If you really understood the economics, he'd jack up the price much higher, maybe even get an online shop going. Then he'd really be raking it in. As I've said, that's a terrible idea. These extracts are potent enough to endanger a life. I refuse to distribute them haphazardly. Yeah, well, look where that attitude's got you. You'll be a bum forever at this rate. And if you want to change that, I suggest you work with me. Not a chance. Just don't listen to reason, do you?
Hey.
I think he made himself clear. Now get lost. I guess I'll be needing to shut you up first. Maybe my last one, but what the hell? Down the hatch. That's one of my extracts. How did... Damn you, Casimir. Did you steal it? This shit's got a real strong kick. Got me feeling like a goddamn superhero. No, more like what a supervillain would say. Don't underestimate him, Yagami-san. That extract he took can amplify a person's strength several times over. Way he is now, I doubt even a seasoned fighter like you could take him on. Unless, of course, you were to try this. Warrior's Onslaught extract. This is yet another powerful extract I've developed during my time here. Take it and you'll be able to match him blow for blow. I think it's time to level the playing field. You two done shooting the breeze? Drinking extracts will temporarily imbue you with special powers. For starters, try drinking the Warrior's Onslaught extract. Found in the items app under recovery. It will make your attack strong enough to break the enemy's guard. I'll make sure he never bothers you again. Warrior's Onslaught extract. Unleash a flurry of attacks with circle that break through an enemy's guard without you flinching. Not bad, not bad. What was that guy? Thank you, Yagami-san. You held me out of a real pickle, just like old times. Speaking of, what brought you out to Ijincho? You're not done with Kamurocho for good, are you? Well, you could say I'm here as part of my journey of self-discovery. I mentioned this when we first met, didn't I? How I was abandoned in the mountains as a child?
Yep.
Oh yeah, you said when you were found you already had the extract formula on you, right? That's right, and since I don't have any relatives, that old document remains the only clue to the past I have. That's why I've spent my life studying it, see if I can shed some light on my past. Hang on, let me have a look. I want to see if I do actually remember this guy correctly. Let's have a look. What was his name? Iyama? Iyama. Iyama. Ah, yeah, the Hermit of the Dragon's Palace, Iyama. Okay, yeah, so it was the guy that I was thinking of. Excellent. I'm glad I'm not going insane. Didn't you also claim you might be descended from the Tengu? Not sure how serious you were, but did you find out anything since?
Yeah.
I'm afraid not, unfortunately, but coming to Ijincho may be a step in the right direction. Makes you say that? I caught wind of a researcher who lives here. Turns out he's an ancient code. He has an ancient codex that strongly resembles my extract formula.
I see.
Okay, so you're thinking you found a lead. Yes, and I figured I might need to stay in Ijincho a while. That's why I reopened my shop here not long ago. As you saw, that thug soon set his sights on me. Well, there's nothing like your extracts on the market. Sooner or later, someone's going to come looking to make a profit. But to mass produce them would be utterly irresponsible. What if they were to fall into the hands of criminals? You have a point there. At any rate, why don't you stop by my shop sometime? It's over in Chinatown. Proud to say I've developed quite a few new extracts since you last visited. Really? Then I should go take a look right now. Alright. Alright. Yep, there's the pot. So this is Iyama-san's new place. I guess it's the way of making it feel like home. Iyama-san, please make yourself at home. Alright. Too bad his new home reeks just as bad as the first. Do you remember how to brew an extract? Kind of forgot how it all works. It's been a couple of years. Not to worry, I'll be happy to go over the process again. Think of an extract as a concentration of nature's raw essence. There are many extract varieties, each suiting a specific purpose. Some restore health, others heighten specific abilities, some even reduce your likelihood of getting into a brawl. The last thing you said, you mean I can just drink something to cheat my way out of fights? Is that even scientifically possible? And like I say, the principle behind it is a mystery. Perhaps it emits a pheromone that inhibits aggression in certain types of people. What would you call that? A thug spray? Anyhow, you'll need to gather your own materials in order to prepare an extract. But as thanks for helping me, you can use the materials I have just this once. Now go ahead and try it. Oh, damn. Hope this doesn't blow up in my face. So I can make a warrior's onslaught. I can also make a lightning blade. I can also make telekinesis. Oh, I'm going to make this. Oh no, that uses an eye of a dragon. I can sell that. Let's make lightning blade. You love how ridiculous Assassin's Creed can be? You're currently dual-wielding a greatsword and a scythe? Yeah, I think that was my big thing as well. I tried to tell TJ about dual-wielding two-handed weapons. I think what I was doing when I was playing that game was I was also running around double dual-wielding greatswords. I didn't even know scythes were a thing in that game. And that turned out quite nicely, quite simple, wasn't it? All it takes is going about the city, gathering the right materials and adding them to the broth. After that, your extract will be ready in no time. Oh, scythes were added as one of the DLCs. Man, I'm gonna have to get back into that game. Oh, you need to play one of the DLCs? I see. On creating an extract, you'll need an empty extract vessel to store it. One extract per vessel, that's the rule. You want to carry around a bunch of extras, extracts, you'll need a bunch of empty vessels. Right, and not just any vessels, they must be empty extract vessels. Normal containers would corrupt the extract's components or worse, melt. They'd melt? Are you sure it's safe to drink stuff like that? Don't you worry, I'm sure it's safe on the body. Anyhow, those vessels can be found all over town. These careless customers of mine litter empty extract vessels wherever they go, it seems. So by picking them up and reusing them, you'll be doing yourself and the town a favor. Right, as if this couldn't get any more appealing. Well, I guess I'll keep my eye out for these vessels then. Now that's been said, would you be willing to do me a favor? But if I can, remember that researcher I mentioned? The one with the ancient codex? Well, we've been studying those texts together. We've hit a wall in our research. In order to proceed, we need access to rare materials, many of them. I would hunt them down myself, but my back's given out on me again. Sorry to keep asking things of you. Would you be able to find the materials I need? Shouldn't be a problem. Guess there's no extract for back pain, huh? As helpful as that would be, the extracts aren't designed to fix common issues. Most of their effects are for rather obscure situations. You're no kidding. As for the rare materials you need, can those also be found around town? Oh yes, each and every extract can be made from things you can find on the street. Mind you, the actual formula calls for natural materials, but being that I'm a city dweller, I've learned to use appropriate substitutes. There may be some rather bizarre things I'll ask for, but I promise you there's always a proper reason. Remember, he once had me collecting cat food and certain latex disposables. Why do I have to remind myself? I'll also give you new extract recipes as an incentive for helping me with my research. Sorry to put this on you right away. Could you first bring me some mugwort? Mugwort, yeah, I could do that. I have some of that already. Yeah, that's I'm thinking dual wielding scythe. Actually, let's shop. Let's see what he's got. Super strength extract, super grip extract, provocateur extract. Pebble, empty bottle, prize medal, pachinko ball. Yeah, he doesn't really have anything. Hand over the materials. Super strength extract recipe. Let's require a loop. It would be nice if we had more materials. Okay. So I can't just talk to him again and get the next one. I guess this is the new Dragon Tower. Oh, now I can go back in. It's still nighttime? Okay, it's still nighttime. Good, good, good. Oh man, I can't do any more progress on the biker gang. Oh wait, no I can. Wait, what? Wait, where's the garage? Wait, did we ever figure out where the garage was? Oh, it's here. Oh, wait. Wait. Before we do that, I need to go to... What's it called? Plage? Here. Plage. Mainly because... Aha!
What the?
Well... Order everything on the menu.
Starving.
Omu rice. Hayashi rice. A no-bake cheesecake. Kona coffee and... Takarato. And a cream
Starting to
latte.
feel it. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Actually, there's a load of restaurants down here. Just gonna order everything on a couple of these menus. We got a blended coffee, a blue mountain, a cream latte, a strawberry parfait, Earl Grey tea, special pancakes, panda epi, a scone, a mocha, a hot milk, and a Napolitan.
Now we're talking. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Oh, don't worry, it's also making me very hungry. The issue is, I'm on a diet at the moment. I haven't eaten anything, like, decent all day. And I'm probably not going to eat anything decent for dinner, either. I'm going to have a milkshake for dinner. So... that should be fun.
Starving.
So, kanitama, stir-fried greens, fried rice, mixed fried rice, hargao, shumai, a pork peppered steak, mixed noodles, almond jelly, mango pudding, handmade meat bun, shrimp in chili sauce, and a Shaoxing wine, and some rice, and some shark fin soup.
I'm starting to feel it. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Alright, what do you got? Oh no, alcoholic drinks. Oh. Damn. I mean, I guess I could eat the food and then come back for the alcoholic drinks at some point. Alright, we'll do that.
Starving. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Boom. Wait, this is gonna be... baked tuna meatballs? Oh, nice. Oh god, I'm all over the place. Oh my god, these burgers.
Starving.
The wet burger. The wet egg burger. Tomato onion soup. Wet original coffee. The wet special burger.
I'm starting to feel it.
Iced lemon.
Pretty tasty, thanks.
Oh my god, all these beef bowls.
Starving.
So beef bowl standard, beef bowl small, beef bowl with extra toppings, a beef bowl large, a beef kalbi bowl, a pork bowl, a beef bowl super extra large, a beef bowl extra large, a chicken karagi set, a beef plate set, a beef plate and beef kalbi set, a beef and salmon set, a beef plate and chicken karagi set, a super large stamina bowl, and a one layer unaju.
Now we're talking. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Okay, we're done with Pocket Cafe. Wait, where's the Cecil Cafe? Oh, there's a cafe over here as well. This is in Chinatown. Oh, I have to win 10 games with Ron or Tsumo. Okay, I guess the Mahjong ones aren't too bad this time. That's the steak place. Survive bar. I need a margarita, a red snapper, and a martini. King of Shogi puzzles. Everything that you make always ends up deformed. Well, I feel like deformed is fine as long as it tastes alright, you know? As long as it tastes nice, it doesn't really matter what it looks like. You want to be able to go into the kitchen and make anything fancy? Make a mean boiled egg. Hey, there's nothing wrong with boiled egg. Use better judgment than to drink and drive. God damn it. Alright, I guess I've got to wait for this alcohol to wear off.
I wish you had.
Man was about to extract me.
What a waste.
Now, it used to be that you just had to get in fight, and getting into fights would do it.
Really, guys?
Actually, it looks like it's more of a timer now.
I wish you had.
And break his arm. Tap out.
What a waste.
Nope, I'm still at 4. Maybe I just need to run it off. Alright, while I'm doing that, let's look for squirrels on these platforms.
Really, guys?
Or these pillars, rather. Squirrels. Aha! If I remember rightly, the drugstore in Camarocho sold stuff. It sold stuff to get rid of my drunkenness. Oh my god, this place is expensive as all hell. I'm out. I'm out. Actually, maybe eating will do it. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. But, alright, let's see. Would any of these get rid of my drunkenness? Someone cures any illness. Yeah, it weirdly does, doesn't it? They've even somehow made the Pepsi look nice. You know what I mean? And the milk. Look at that. Oh. Look at the bread. Oh, I need to stop looking. Yeah, I need to stop looking at that. I know, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh my god, you can zoom out the map? Didn't even know you could do that. What are we at? 2? Isn't there a pharmacy over here somewhere as well? Is there a pharmacy? There's a popo. I'm gonna go to the pawn shop and sell some stuff. Keep trying to do the EX move that makes me throw them into traffic, but I don't know if it's a move I need to learn or not. I guess I have to learn it first. Even at a 1 in the drunkenness level, I'm still all over the place on the skateboard. They sell this as well. Huh. Mine now. Make a little bit of money. Actually, I think I've got some doubles of these. Yeah, I can sell like 4 of these, 3 of these, 6 of these, 2 of these, 2 of these, 1 of these, 1 of these. Alright, how much money did I make from that? Holy shit, I made like 180k. And I am no longer drunk. Aquila, welcome back. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm racing Shungiku.
Ibaraki!
Ibaraki! Oh my god, he's got so many people with him.
Let's roll.
These guys should definitely get affected by their own fireworks. That's not fair. The race is on. Okay, we got a big old straight here, so... Uh-oh. See ya. Hey, win, win, win. Any Doctor Who fans here? Ooh. I don't know. I would say I used to be. I haven't watched like the last 2 Doctors though.
No way.
All is absolute, or don't you remember? Yeah, I'm one of your brothers from here on out. I like that second comment, which was, and why is this on the BBC News Twitter page? Is it news? I think not. Oh, oh. Yeah. We can finally finish off the dance. Death race time. Who are we facing now?
Hey!
Yeah, I think there was
Whoever rules the road writes the rules.
there was a like there was some issues with the past couple of seasons of Doctor Who, obviously. But yeah, that was mainly down to the guy who was writing it. From what I saw. From that 5-hour-long YouTube video that I watched. I can't remember what the guy's name was. Chibnall or something? That guy. Apparently that guy was awful. Let the death race begin! Oh, I may have done this too early. Nah, okay. Didn't blow my load too early. That's good. It's like they forgot that the show's purpose is to be entertaining. Looks like a fun mini game. I don't know. It's not as fun as some of the mini games that we've done so far, but it's all right. I miss Dragon Kart from Yakuza 7 though. You were just a few days ago watching 2 of your favorite episodes of Doctor Who, Human Nature and Family of Blood. It's basically a 2-parter. And what are those 2 episodes? Is it the death race against Bomber? Yeah. Seems to be. Race with Hanasaki.
Yagami!
Ask about Bomber.
That's totally wild! Whoa!
I see.
Okay. Okay.
Love.
This is great love. In love. Don't know with who. He's got the eyes of a guy in love, you know? He sometimes stares off into the distance. Oh man.
Seriously?
This guy. First episode opens with the Doctor and Martha in a panic as they're being chased by some aliens who can follow them through time and space, and the Doctor ends up wiping his memory, changing his biology, and becoming a teacher of some very posh public school in 1913 in order to hide from the aliens who are chasing him. Oh, yeah, okay. I think that episode is referenced in the video I watched.
Hey.
Which one's Martha again?
Huh?
Yeah, I think it was referenced as a good episode. I can't remember though. Yeah, but who played her? Like, I can't remember who came after Rose.
Huh.
Weird homeless guy. Well, he's definitely weird. I don't know about homeless. Look, I didn't follow Doctor Who closely enough to remember the names of characters.
Huh?
He's your second favorite after Rose. See, I didn't like Rose.
Nah. All right, let's go.
Alright. I didn't like Rose. I didn't like most of the companions, to be fair. I think the one that you're talking about was alright, Martha. She was okay. If anyone ever tells me that Catherine Tate was a good companion, get out of my life. The last one was okay. The one before the like current ones, who again are awful. Yeah, she was alright. I guess it's just Rose and Catherine Tate and the current ones that I'm just like, nah. I guess all of the rest of them are alright. Yeah, I forgot her character's name as well. I'm trying to remember, but... Tale incomplete. Wait, who is that?
Hiyori-chan!
Hiyori-chan. Oh, I just got here. It's like Imagashira said, Bomber's gotta go. And talk about opposites attract. Hiyori-chan, you look so cute today, like an angel, and sweet as candy too. Junpei-kun. You're even more cute blushing. Your cheeks remind me of cherry juice. This is nothing like how he acts in the gang. Oh dear. Nicolas Cage got thrown out of a restaurant while drunk and arguing with staff. Did you watch that movie that he was in? I think he was in a movie recently. I actually watched. Yeah, that one.
Hold on a sec.
I actually watched that. Now, I don't watch movies very often, but I watched that one. I don't know why. I liked it. I thought it was really good. Can't remember anything about it, but, you know. Wait, Russell T Davies isn't going to be returning to Doctor Who until 2023. It was about a pig. Yeah, it was about his truffle pig, right?
Really, guys?
No, you're thinking of a different film. That's not the same film.
Excuse me.
You're thinking of a worse film.
Yagami.
But then again, I'm not a massive fan of The Simpsons, so... That explains that, right?
But...
Look, what do you want from me? Okay? My mum didn't let me watch The Simpsons when I was living with her, and by the time I was out of her clutches and able to watch it, I just didn't give a shit anymore. And it was like that for so many things.
Oh.
All of the things that people give me shit about, like not having seen or not watched or whatever, is generally because my mum didn't let me watch them. And then when I was able to watch them, I'd given up caring.
Hi.
And I think that's perfectly reasonable. All right? And this sad music playing. You don't develop that connection like others do at a younger age. Yeah, sure. You can find something funny because you've grown up watching that character and have an emotional connection to them. Yeah. Ray, hello. How are you doing? I am also doing fine. Things are going pretty well.
Does that mean...
So Ray, what did you think of the direct, eh?
Seriously?
You think it was good? Really? I thought it was kind of meh, to be honest. The N64 being added to NSO is interesting. Yeah, it's interesting because you have to pay more for it. The N64 and Mega Drive stuff is being added as an additional subscription thing. Also, they're releasing an N64 and a Mega Drive controller, $50. Why? Why are they $50? The N64 controller should be $30, if anything. The Mega Drive controller should be $20 at most. At most.
Gotcha.
Also, I feel like some people probably lost their absolute minds when that Splatoon 3 trailer came on. I don't care about Splatoon. The only things I cared about that entire direct was Bayonetta 3 and that Kirby game looks pretty interesting. And that's it. Everything else is just nothing. Nintendo wants that money. Yeah, and the annoying thing is they're gonna get it as well. Like, nobody seems to be calling them out for the shitty stuff that they're doing. Everyone's just like, oh, it's Nintendo. So, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't like that your childhood icon Mario is going to be voiced by Chris Pratt? Look.
Gotcha.
Firstly, I'm not that big of a fan of Mario in the first place. Alright? I grew up as a Sega Mega Drive kid. Alright? I didn't have a Nintendo console until the GameCube. So, I could not give two flying fucks about Mario.
Here they come!
Alright, how many goons is he gonna have with him? Fucking loads.
Ready to tear it up.
It does seem a little bit weird, yeah. I saw a tweet that was posted earlier. Apparently somebody called it in like May of 2020. Hang on. Will you be doing a silly Italian accent? You better be. You don't plan on needing to drop $50 for an N64 Switch wireless controller remake? Exactly. The N64 controller that Nintendo intends to sell looks pretty good. For the Sega Genesis controller, I think you can handle the button layout on a modern controller just fine. You really need that authentic feel, which you don't. Oh, they've actually got you with the... To be fair, they make some really good controllers, these guys. The 8-bit do guys, or 8-bit do. However you're supposed to say that. They're pretty decent. You could do with less dropping your keyboard. At least it landed on something soft. Oh, good. You set it on one side on an unstable surface and it slid onto the floor and landed face down. What's the obsession with using retro-looking controllers? I don't know. I'm one of those weird people that thinks that the PS4 controller is probably one of the best controllers ever. Oh my god, he's so far ahead of me. Hey, I got him. Am I gonna have to fight him now? Meow.
Yes! What? That's bullshit!
Yagami, you bastard.
Use comfortable ones that will look nice for a minute and then you'll realize it's super uncomfortable and wonder why you bought it. Almost everything I do with my 8-bit controller, I could do with my PS4 controller. It feels good, but the D-pad on the 8-bit though is just slightly better. You use it where you can on PC games. The one you have feels just like a SNES controller. Just great for SNES-like games. You can also understand wanting a controller of the same original shape for playing a Sega game. I don't know. Still just kind of weird to me. I think I'm with Aquila on this for some reason. Imagine seeing a Nintendo fan who is a who with a dedicated room to every expensive first-party Nintendo controller, one of every kind. I mean, those people exist. Those people definitely exist. Apparently, one of the rarest Nintendo controllers in the world is the purple clear N64 controller. Apparently, that thing's expensive as hell.
By the way,
huh?
You're gonna quit the biker gang.
What the?
in other words,
What? Hold on a sec.
hey,
Huh?
If there were an N64 game that used the left and middle prongs, you'd want a real N64 controller or something like it. Because modern controllers can't really replicate that. Yeah, maybe. I think the N64 is in one of those really unique positions where, because the controller is so like uniquely shaped, N64 games are very specifically made for that controller. So I guess I can kind of see it from that perspective. You're still salty about your Elite controller? You always feel like you were ripped off?
What should I do?
That's because the Xbox Elite controller is a ripoff. It just is. The fact that it's twice the price and breaks in like over half the time.
You may think you've got nothing going for you, but what about those fireworks? Aren't they your pride and joy?
Stuff it, old man.
Junpei-kun, listen to me. You have a rare talent for a
Like,
respectable
I would say that for the price that it costs, the fact that it breaks after a year, because you're not the only one.
Give me that, Sayama. The streets are the only home I have. Besides, I can't exactly.
Didn't Paul's break as well? Didn't he own like 3 in the space of 6 months or something?
Well, I was prepared for that sort of answer. I actually heard that Yagami-san was challenging you today. And I brought someone else who can recognize your talent.
GameCube is in a similar situation. I don't know. I actually think that...
Holy shit!
No, GameCube is, I wouldn't say, is in a similar position. You could easily use an Xbox controller to play a GameCube game. The only button that doesn't exist on a GameCube controller is the LB button.
However, he heard his son was risking his life tonight in the most dangerous race of all, and he couldn't help but show. Now, isn't there something you have to say?
Like, you could easily use it.
Lighting fireworks while racing around on a bike like some hooligan?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
I should tell you, your father was pretty surprised when he witnessed your fireworks in action. And I think it's clear to both of us how innovative you are. Wouldn't you say?
Huh. You call those noisy little sideshow duds innovative? I call it crap.
Why does Hanasaki's dad sound like he did his voice lines over the phone?
This may be your last chance.
Why the hell would I do that? Who spills his guts to his own flesh and blood? That's just... yeah, it's not how I was raised. Men don't talk like that.
But if you don't ever communicate that to him, how will he know what his father really thinks?
But that's... well...
Oh, well...
I suppose his work isn't too shabby.
Why, I oughta...
Did you say earlier how amazing he is? How much he's grown since you've seen him?
Sayama, you traitor! You said you wouldn't...
That sounds like a compliment? Pops, did you really say that?
I...
may have.
did say that. I could see you put your heart and soul into those fireworks. Watching you flare up with them was like watching you run around as a little kid. Those were, how do I say it? They were really something.
No way!
I think maybe I've been ignoring some real talent. And over some dumb fight, too. Damn it. Maybe my age has finally caught up with me.
Aw, Pops!
Junpei-kun, don't you have something you want to say to your father?
Huh? Well, you see, I met a special lady. A real firework who lights up my life. And if it means making her happy, well, then I'm willing to make amends. I'll even quit the gang and live clean! If you take me back under your wing, I swear I won't let you down! I'll listen to whatever you say! I'm begging you, Pops!
Don't GameCube controllers have different functions at different button actuation points? I thought that's what made all of those melee combo, melee weirdos obsessed over playing it on CRT.
Stop blubbering and haul it back home. Work.
Yes, sir!
Hmm. I think you could be right. Didn't the GameCube triggers have like not so much like the tactile triggers that a PS4 controller has, but it kind of had 2 levels, right?
Yagami!
Yeah.
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 Maybe that's what I was thinking of. But still, I can't remember that ever being,
Hey,
like, relevant.
For real?
Oh dear. Phoenix. Hello. Thank you for the 101 bits. I will not be undone. Or outdone. Outdone, undone, both work in this situation, I think.
The rule is absolute.
Yagami!
What was that?
Special show? Giant firework cannon.
Hey.
Hiyori-chan!
Oh my god. Hey, I got a new bike. Oh my god, I'm gonna make it look hideous. Alright, watch me spend all this money and it's not as good as the moped. Oh no, that's definitely better. Got less handling, but I think that's fine. Durability is exactly the same. Yeah, this is so ugly. Look at this thing.
Whoa!
Thorum. Thank you for the 4 bits.
Hey.
What does that put you on now? It puts you on the same as Knight, but still in 4th place instead of 3rd. Weird.
Yup.
Apparently.
Hey.
I don't make the rules, alright?
Whoa!
Raging angels.
Of course. Yeah, there you go. Now you're in 3rd place.
Oh.
But unfortunately, you're still 296 behind 1st. So...
So that's
a shame. Man, I still can't believe those 25 gifted subs from Tofu. I can't believe Tofu butt dialed 25 gifted subs. I don't even know how you do that.
Yagamichi!
That just seems so... It seems improbable, if anything.
What the hell's that noise? Wait, that's the Raging Angels leader, Rina Minagawa.
Rina Minagawa?
Let's get this night going! This is the funeral march for all racers on their way to hell! A punk requiem to wake the dead! What's so loud?
No, these aren't high schoolers. Only the guy in charge. Somehow.
Valhalla! Tonight, we are gonna thrash our way to the underworld! Yeah!
Yeah!
You're Yagami?
Yeah.
And you took down Hanasaki from Bakuon Ryu. Not bad at all. He must have been happy to die in a race.
He didn't die. What?
I convinced him to retire.
Retire? Hear that, girls? What a wuss! Once you retire from the death race, all that's left for you is getting old and ugly. And then when you show up to the gates of hell, the demons won't even let you through.
Hey, if we're gonna do this, let's get started. Who's my first opponent, Minagawa?
Rabuho! Show him who's boss!
Rabuho?
Yay, a hottie! I wouldn't mind dying against him!
Who said anything about dying?
Oh, that's just how the Raging Angels see the world. To them, dying in a race is something to be proud of. Like, they die in a race, they go to sort of a racist heaven. A Valhalla.
Oh, well that makes perfect sense.
So they're idiots, is what you're saying.
Looks like that girl has chosen you as her suicide mate. Have fun!
Woohoo! Let's go, handsome! I'll take you on a ride to heaven.
Please no. Please, for the love of God, no.
Ready to tear it up.
So they throw speakers. Jesus. Gonna slow down, you idiot. Let the death race begin! Meow. Go, go, go! Yeah, win! It appears that Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth Hacker's memory was removed from the PSN store. That is a shame. I guess people will just have to buy it on Steam. Ha!
Yeah. Stop it!
Yeah.
You ordered food 2 hours ago and the guy just picked it up? Oh, it's just the Vita version? Huh, weird. Oh, maybe isn't that because weren't they shutting down the Vita store or something?
All right. The death race called life.
Are we just making everybody who we beat quit? Oh, did they backpedal on that? Oh, you could be right.
Come on.
I didn't know that they backpedaled on it. Who the fuck is this guy now? Can I help you?
Yagami-san.
Wait, that's Bomber? You, it's me, Hanasaki, the former leader of Bakuan Ryu. Hanasaki? You mean Bomber?
Yes!
A very respectable, upstanding member of society now. You know, for some strange reason, I had originally read that as it's discounted in the US region from $17.99 to $59.99. I was like, I don't think that's what the word discounted means.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
By the way,
Gonna tell me everything he knows about Rena.
Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
No, I was reading it as a price increase, but it's not a price increase. That's why I was wrong. Oh.
Huh?
All right. the question is, my brother's coming to visit on Monday for a few days, right? I don't know how long he's actually going to be here, but he's going to be here for a few days. Do I get my brother on stream? Oh, he's going to bring the dog as well. Oh. Dog.
Yes.
Even if he's not okay with it.
I see.
I think my brother's one of those people who made an Instagram account for his dog. Trying to see if I can find it, but I can't remember what the name of the account is. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. All of these want me to log in. I don't have a fucking Instagram account. Fuck off.
Yes.
I'm sure I posted a picture before. There might even be a picture in the pets channel of my brother's dog. Hang on. No. Where is it? It's here somewhere. I'm sure I posted it here. Maybe? I guess not. I thought I did. I thought that's how the pets channel started, but I guess not.
Hey.
You'd love some embarrassing stories? Look, I tell enough embarrassing stories for everyone, okay? Who posted something in the quiz channel and then deleted it? Who did that?
In other words...
Yes.
Was that you? Did you accidentally post that clip into the quiz channel before realizing that you were in the wrong channel? Yeah, my brother doesn't really have... My brother doesn't really have that many embarrassing stories about me, to be fair. Wait, is that my brother's dog? Wait, there's no way that was my brother's dog. So, weirdly, right, ignore the fact that this is a BuzzFeed thing, because, you know, fuck BuzzFeed. But there's no... This looks like my brother's dog. And it has the same name as my brother's dog. But it was one of those Amazon error page ones that just showed a picture of a dog. There's no way that's my brother's dog. There's no way. But it looks like my brother's dog. Has the same name as my brother's dog. To Amazon for it? I mean... I don't know. Oh, there's actually a side quest here. Forbidden Taste. What is Forbidden Taste? Oh, meet the client of Meng Wu. Okay. That's right here. Then we got an unknown one here, an unknown one here. Eventually. Drone racing registration. Alright, I'm dropping everything and I'm doing drone racing. Does it act like my brother's dog? I don't know. Alright, first we gotta order all this stuff.
Starving. Pretty tasty, thanks.
Look at those special pancakes, though. Oh. Excuse me, I need to go do some drone racing. Excuse me, coming through. Here we go. Some crowd. Wonder what if there's an event going on. Let the drones fly. Let me in. Let me just... Oh, you can't kick the football. Ah, rubbish. Alright, drone racing registration. Let's go. Okay, I think I have to speak to this guy first. So the crowd drone race, the first time they've run a course through this part of town. Everyone's come out to see what the fuss is. Drone race, those are pretty fun. Got yourself a drone? Yeah, I've actually raced before in Camarocho. Just show me your skills, man. They've got a bunch of races going on today. Well, the pilots say the organization's put together some of the best courses in Yokohama. You'll love it. Okay, so the reception desk's right over there. Register. Have you ever raced trains before? If not, we recommend trying a test flight first. Would you like to race a test flight? Yeah, because I don't remember. Have I played every single Yakuza? I have played every single Yakuza except for Dead Souls and the ones that were exclusive to Japan. Alright, so use turbo, brake, see rear view, toggles perspective, move up and down, move forward, backwards, sideways. Okay. Oh god, the pigeon head.
Let's race.
Yeah, there are some that are exclusive to Japan. Boostio!
Turbo time. Hit it.
Well, I definitely got that boost.
Turbo time.
Why is this guy doing flips and shit?
Hit it.
Yeah, there's I think there's like 3 that are exclusive to Japan. I think there's also like an online Yakuza game. Not quite an MMO, but something kind of like that, I guess. There's like a Yakuza online game.
Hit it. Turbo time.
It's Turbo Man.
Hit it.
All right. Popo Director. Think fast, man. Mystery Racer. Passionate Monk. Oh, there's some real cracking names in there.
Oh, by the way,
I'm kind of ass at the controls. And I've never understood the fascination with drones. Honestly, I've never understood it. Alright, frames. Oh, I need paint. Anime paint. So wait, how do I customize my drone? You ever seen those races, the guys in the VR headsets going around stadiums? I have not. Until we get Metabots, it all means nothing to me. Metabots! Let's have a look. Increases the speed. Boosts high handling and turbo power. Increases turbo power. So the only thing I can't change is the motor. Oh yeah, I wanted to save first. Enter a Grand Prix. A Grand Prix. The Eternal Wanderer. Plague Regular, Yokohama Gal, Popo Director, Passion Among Think Fast Man, Mystery Racer, and Goro Hayasugi. Alright, customize. Oh, wow. That increases durability. That's pretty nice. E for speed. This doesn't change anything. We'll still put the super turbo on though. So I've got 555 at the moment. So we got 1066, 886, or 6610. Go 1066. All right. Here we go.
Let's race.
And these guys are bashing each other about left and right.
Turbo time. Get it.
Leaving them in the dust.
Turbo time.
I need to start finding shortcuts, I think. Oh, that's how he's doing all the spinny shit. I see.
Hit it.
Ah! The game seems to be somewhat autopiloting for a little bit of this. Like, it seems to be wanting to follow the lines.
Hit it. Turbo time.
Turbo time. Alright, let's see if I can just cut across this corner like this. Yeah. Alright, that was probably not worth it. Wait, that guy was only 3 seconds behind me?
Right.
Oh, he looks so happy.
Yes.
Yes. Alright, well, I'm obviously going to go under.
Turbo time.
Hey, I don't need help. Is my last name Busters? What a weirdly specific question to ask the April. Oh, I see.
Turbo time.
I think Ghostbusters is one word.
Hit it. Turbo time.
Go, go, go.
Hit it.
Easy. Never a doubt. Is it in the shell? Oh dear. Oh, new parts available at the drone lab.
Right.
It's a shame we're doing a Grand Prix and there's not really much I can do about that. Wait, is there 5? Is there really 5 races in the Grand Prix?
Turbo time.
Okay, I definitely could have taken a shortcut there. Don't know how I feel about the music choice for the drone races.
Get it. Turbo time.
Oh, I thought I had that one then.
Get it.
Try and take a shortcut across here. Oh, that is definitely cheating. That is 100% cheating.
Turbo time. Get it.
Oh, I got it that time. Oh, at least all of these are only 2 laps. You know, it's funny. I was also going to make a reference about that. Yeah, I was going to say, like, every time he says turbo time,
Let's race.
I was like, all I can think of is Turbo Man.
Get it.
Oh, that could certainly have gone better. Luckily, there's a health boost right there.
Turbo time. Get it.
What? I missed that? There's no way I missed that.
Turbo time.
The only thing that comes to mind is Power Rangers Turbo. Is that the one with the cars? I think that was the one that had the cars, right?
Hit it.
Oh, is Turbo Time very specifically a Jingle All the Way thing as well? I honestly can't remember. It's been so long since I've seen that movie. Despite the fact that it's the second best Christmas movie ever made. Yeah. As someone who doesn't particularly like Christmas or Christmas movies, Jingle All the Way is one that I'm okay with.
Hit it.
Oh yeah, you know exactly where this conversation's going. Is or isn't Die Hard a Christmas movie? Because that is my favorite Christmas movie. Because yes, Die Hard is a Christmas movie.
Turbo time.
However, you, Aquila, despite being so absolutely opposed and against the idea of Die Hard being a Christmas movie, your opinion is irrelevant. Purely because, right, we had like a 20-minute long debate about whether Die Hard is a Christmas movie or not. And Aquila was so against it for like the full 20 to 30 minutes that we were talking about this. And then at the end of the debate, he turns around and goes, yeah, I haven't seen Die Hard. And it's like, really? Holy shit, this one's actually pretty difficult.
Turbo time.
Oh, I should not have used turbo right then. Oh no, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Hit it.
Yeah. It is a Christmas movie. Excellent. All right, the full 50 points.
Yes!
Aquila, I told you, your opinion on this is irrelevant. Okay, I'm going to need some worn magnets in order to change the motor. I'm sorry, I knocked over your speaker there. That's my bad. Oh dear. Ooh, 70,000. Master of Deception. Borderline Alcoholic. Liquid Bravery. Chain Smoker. High Roller. Get ourselves a health boost. I guess that's it. Tiger skills. We'll just go for some cheap tiger skills. And then we'll go for some cheap crane skills. Can I get any cheap snake skills? Oh, there are no 600-point snake skills? Interesting. Handle the heat. While at low health, my thing charges slowly. Alright, what are my bike racing challenges? Buy all custom parts. And then this is just... Oh, this is just beat them. Okay. So where is... Okay, here's the drone racing. First place in amateur, regular, expert, champion. Develop 50 drone parts. Develop all drone parts on the list that can be developed. Go over 100 kilometers an hour. Finish... Oh, and then I need to finish all of these in a certain order. Yeah, you spend SP points and you learn skills. And this is just where you learn. Well, this is where you learn some skills from. Other skills you learn from books, and then you have to spend SP to learn them afterwards. Oh, I can use the drone. Drone settings. Oh, I can customize it from here. Okay. Oh, 922. Damn. 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay. 10, 10, 10. Okay. My race record is I'm the best. Motion sensor function. Yeah, no thanks. Alright, well, now that everybody has lost their points. Crazy bastards. I am gonna get out of here. I will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. UK time. I will catch you guys then. Luck, thank you for the 7-month resub. Either 8 lax or blacks, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Phoenix, thank you for the 101 bits. And Athurum, thank you for the 5 bits. If I don't get to see you guys tomorrow, I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. Have a good one. Stay and play. I can't. But yeah, have a good weekend, everyone. Stay safe. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye-bye.